Here on the region map, I've added a brief summary of each player character, all the stuff you guys already have heard about each other from the first session, NPCs, that hasn't changed, and then the session summary that I posted earlier in Discord. I'm looking for a better way to lay this out. I might make a bit of a framework, kind of like what Deeps has for Twitch, with some boxes for things. And I will update the PDF that's on the Google Drive after the session with these NPCs, anybody else you meet, and the session summaries.
I like it.
Looks really nice.
It looks like garbage. Be honest.
No.
This is why I never say nice things.
All right, here we go. A cool breeze carries the scent of late spring bloom and saltwater air across the sparsely wooded hills that grow into the majestic range called the Mother's Mountain. 5 adventurers and an unwilling guest make camp in the trees some distance from the road to Phandalin. Nearby, hidden beneath carefully arranged foliage, a cart full of provisions bound for Phandalin waits for a new beast of burden. As the last rays of the setting sun fade and shadows embrace the land, we begin. So, the 5 of you and your new goblin friend have finished stowing the cart and hiding it as best you can, and have decided on resting here for the evening to tend to your wounds and get ready for whatever you decide to do the following day. I believe you mentioned that you would set up camp a distance from the road out of sight, and I'll open this up for you to take the opportunity to have a little talk with each other. Maybe think about what each of you is doing as you unroll your packs and try and find a bit of a defensible position and maybe a small clearing. Do you want to start a fire? Is somebody going to forage or maybe hunt? And then think about the discussions you might have with each other, introductions, etc. You're all fairly new faces to each other here.
I'm going to look at Lunalia and say, thank you for helping cover up the cart. My name is Solmia. Sorry if I startled you by following you.
There was no offense taken. I'm used to being followed.
What's
I'm
your
Lunalia.
name?
My name is Lunalia. She's going to turn to the Kenku and say, I've not seen one of your kind before. Is this an affliction? Did someone do this to you?
So wouldn't she know the history of a Kenku or something?
Nope. She's never seen a Kenku before. She comes from a small town in the middle of nowhere.
She
okay.
is a sweet summer child of the coastal forests of Valanas and doesn't know a whole lot. Oh, God.
I guess Nora would say, kind of looking at Lunalia as she's speaking. I was like, well, we don't find druids out here either. As I wait for Scribble's reply.
I'm just gonna walk away a few steps and then look for a stake or something to carve into the ground, and then just carve into the ground that I am me.
She'll watch what you're doing, and she'll just nod her head and smile. Is there, we're off the road a ways, yeah? Yeah.
I think so. I think that's what
Yes.
a lot of you decided on last week.
Are there any streams, creeks, anything like that nearby?
I'm going to use your survival check of 15 from last week when you had a look around for big game to tell you there aren't any within a quarter to half mile or so.
Okay.
Not that you heard at distance anyway, and definitely not that you saw.
I'm gonna touch my chest, not understanding why the barbarian and Kenku and dwarf haven't introduced themselves, like they don't know customs, and go, "Sol me," and then point to them.
Amazing.
I'm gonna go and grab that same stick scribble got, and I'm gonna write my name, Noro.
I'm going to bound over to them. Say, "Hail, friends! What you been doing out here? My name is Deebs Darkbeard.
I was on my way to Phandalin. I was bound for the more northern city of Dralamar, but was told to wait in Phandalin for my traveling companion. What brings you to Phandalin?
Me and my friends here, we were heading to Phandalin. We're following a map. We were hired to deliver this equipment.
Well, it looks like you failed at that.
Does Samia have a cloak on? Can I tell his race, his features? Is his face covered, basically, I guess?
Yeah, I mean it's drawn down, but you can definitely see that I have red eyes and dark skin.
It looks like you have a little bit of drow in you. Am I correct?
I'm gonna feign ignorance and say, "What's a drow?"
Aren't they elves that live under the ground? Ground elves.
You don't happen to know any Duergar, do you?
I couldn't possibly be a drow. I've never been underground once.
What's a Durgar?
Grey dwarves.
Hmm. I have gray skin, so you think I'm a gray dwarf, huh?
I don't think you are, but you're kind of associated with them.
I'm gonna roll my eyes and just kind of go to the edge of the camp.
Deebs, would these be like an enemy race towards regular dwarfs? I don't know. I haven't looked up.
Are you asking as Noro or?
No,
you
I'm
asking?
asking as Hummer.
Oh, well, given Noro's past, he would likely have at least heard tales of Durgar. They are a subterranean subrace of dwarf that he probably wouldn't know too much about them other than they're said to be antagonistic.
Okay.
Some dwarves would see them as evil.
Thank you.
And I imagine Nora would have heard of Drow as well. Again, just mentioned by name, as as one of the antagonistic subterranean races that dwarves have problems.
Lunalia's going to get her stuff sort of situated, not too close to the fire. I'm assuming that we're going to set up a fire. She'll just sort of get her stuff set up at the base of a tree somewhere. And then she will... she's going to follow Scribble around at a distance, because she's never seen a Scribble before.
We're setting up camp, right, Poker?
Mm-hmm.
Getting started to go into the evening.
Yeah,
Okay.
each of you would have some sort of traveling gear on you from
Okay.
your class starting gear. No,
All right.
I don't imagine all of you have tents or whatever, but you probably have a bedroll and a pack of some sort.
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, I can see like you've got a backpack and a bedroll, traveler's clothes.
All right. Has a fire been started, or do you know, or how do we know?
Somebody can choose to start one if you'd like to make one.
I'll do that because it's getting awkward. I'm gonna go get some firewood.
All right, make a survival check. It'll give me an idea of how long it takes you and trouble
All right.
you. But
Oh dear.
Noro goes off to fumble at tearing some branches off a tree, looking around for some fallen wood. He doesn't seem to find any, and takes to trying to rip a branch off a tree. As the rest of you unpack your things. Now, feel free to take as much time as you want to talk to each other to figure out what you want to do tomorrow, etc. Or, from time to time when there's downtime like this, I'll also ask, is there anything else you guys want to do before we move on? And so, before I do that, though, Deebs, are you still holding on to the rope that your goblin captive is bound by?
Yes. Yeah, I was actually about to bring that up, but yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Are you doing something with him other than just leading him around, or
I was going to ask him, what's your name, Goblin?
he takes a step closer to you. I think there's a length of rope between you and him, right?
Correct.
You have sort of a lead. He takes a step closer to you and eyes Solmia in the distance. He speaks quietly to you and says, "My name is Wheeze.
I wheeze.
You'll protect me from her, right?"
I'll protect you. I made a promise. What is your issue with that elf?
I've heard things about their kind. Terrible things. Keep her away from me. And you can see there's genuine fear in his eyes as he looks up at you.
I glance over at Salmia and see if she is paying attention.
I'm over there laughing at Noro failing at collecting firewood. So no, I'm not paying attention.
I'm gonna keep an eye on her.
He holds his hands up, his small greenish gray skinned hands, long dirty nails, and pleads with you. You don't have to keep me tied up. You can untie me, please. please?
I'm sorry, Wheeze. I cannot do that. We must keep an eye on you. If you remember, your group tried to kill us.
We were ordered to kill you. Clark would kill us if we didn't.
I understand, but you still tried to kill us. Whether under orders or not, I'll have to keep an eye on you.
He hangs his head. He says, he does look up with his head bowed and says, "You promised to let me go if I show you the way to the hideout."
I promised. I keep my promises.
It's not far, but I don't. You can't take me in there. Clark will kill me.
What can you tell me about this Clark?
He's big.
Is he a goblin like you?
Bugbear. Big. Angry. He hates us. He beats us when we fail. Kills us when we fight back. Terrible. Yimik hates him too.
I'm sorry, who?
Yimik. The biggest of us. Someday, Clark will meet his end. Yimik will lead us. Those will be good days.
I appreciate this information you're providing.
Food?
Yeah, I'll give him a ration.
His eyes light up when you reach into your pack. He takes it from you hungrily and starts gnawing on it.
After about 10 minutes of watching Noro butcher trees to try and get firewood.
Well, he's hacking like green limbs off of trees. Yeah. You know they're not gonna. Even if
she's gonna walk over, smoke. She's gonna walk over and just reach up and put her hand on his back and pat him and say, "Just stop. Greenwood won't burn." And she'll sort of show him, "Look, this is how you scavenge for something to burn." And she'll do a look around for firewood.
All right. So you can either assist him in making another survival check, or he can assist you. It's your choice. But if you work together, one of you can give the other one advantage on the roll.
She'll explain to him what to look for, so she will assist him.
Okay. So Noro, you can make your survival check again. This time with advantage. When you go to click in D&D Beyond, just hold down the Shift key to roll with advantage. Hey, there you go. So working together, it's much easier this time, and she leads you to a few places where you see the tall grass around the trees has laid in a certain way that even at a distance you can spot that a dead limb has fallen, or there's an old crumbled log that you can tear pieces of with your bare hands. And in no time, you've managed to gather enough wood for a small fire, and probably enough to keep it stoked into the night.
Thank you.
And we can use that roll to carry on to actually building
Cool.
The two of you work together to stack the wood without issue and get it started.
Would
So
it
as
be...
night.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, would it be... Would Noro also have seen this type of druid before? the water. How do you pronounce it? Water genasi. Is that right?
So,
How
in
how common are they?
I was going to ask
Uh,
the same thing.
on the continent of Pacifica, this world, um, and especially in this area, uh, the Free States of Rydia, you would likely not have seen. Actually, you know what? Here, just roll a d20.
Okay.
How do we do that again?
You can just type /roll space 1d20, or you can click on the little dice symbol in the toolbar there.
Nice, Deeps.
Yeah, like that.
Classic Noro.
And actually, you know what? It's good that the three of you rolled it because two of the three of you are actually from Dralamar, and Noro, you spent a bit of time in Dralamar. Deebs, you overhear. Sorry, this wasn't a conversation. No, Noro, you haven't. You've actually never seen anyone with that looks quite like her. She looks. You have seen elves before. She looks somewhat elven in appearance, but there's something very, very different looking about her. So in this world, genasi are quite rare, and they are seen from time to time, but certainly not in large groups, and very often just one by themselves.
All right. I ask because I was going to describe as she's helping me, I'm kind of like in awe of what I'm looking at because just like she's curious of Scribble, I'm like looking at her skin, how it continuously stays moist.
Oh, God. It's not.
But
It
more
doesn't-
like I'm just kidding. More like the piece of art that you have for her, like you know how you have those watermarks.
Yeah, she's got almost like ripples, a pattern to her skin.
Right. That's what I'm kind of looking at. I'm like, how is I've never seen that, you know, like
Does he say that out loud?
yes. How where is this from?
She'll look down at her arms, and she keeps her gaze downward. She doesn't really like to look people in the eye because her eyes put people off. So she'll hold her arms out. She's looking at her arms, and she'll say, I have never seen these markings on another. I don't know. The reason I was headed to Dralamar is that I heard others that look something like me have been seen there in the past. No one I have met has seen something quite like me. Dralamar was the first I've heard.
Well, I was there for
Deebs.
a short stay. Deebs would be able to probably help you. Maybe.
Deebs, do you think you'd be near enough to hear them talking, or care enough to listen to them, or?
I mean, are they out collecting wood? I'm still taught. I don't know the time frame as far as me talking to Wheeze.
No, we
Yeah,
would have come back and we're building a campfire.
Okay.
There you go.
All right,
We're not
then,
building it. As soon as he puts the wood in the pile, she snaps her fingers and the fire is going.
Nice. So actually, when people start reconvening, I am heading over to them, so I would probably hear.
You hear that bit of conversation, and you have seen, at a distance, someone who looked like her. The city of Dralamar is quite diverse. You've seen a lot of things in your years there, but that person stood out. They looked like her. They had skin like her, but they weren't elvish. They looked to be human, or at least close to human. You definitely don't recall the type of ears that she had. She had shorter, rounded ears. But that skin, definitely, you've seen that before. Just once, some years ago.
It was just someone I saw in passing. I don't know their name or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. Lunaya.
Yes.
I think that's your name, aye?
Yes, it is.
I overheard what you were saying. And in Dralamar, I have seen someone that's looked like you. But
When was this?
years ago? Poker? Did you say? How long ago?
Yeah, 5-6 years ago. It's
Yeah.
hard to say, but it stood out in your mind because you've never seen anyone with skin like that.
Gotcha. It was many years ago. I've never seen anyone like that quite before, and it stuck in my memory. She was slightly different, though. She wasn't elvish. She looked more human.
Interesting. At least I know I'm on the right path. And she'll just nod her head and go back to setting up camp.
Everyone, if we could gather for a moment. I have some information.
She'll move back to wherever he is around the fire.
Or two.
I'm gonna give Wheeze another ration and just kind of give the rope some lead so he's a little bit away from us. Sit him down.
Yeah, he sits down, 7 or 8 feet away from you, unceremoniously in the dirt, and just sits there, kind of picking at the small bit of dried bread and preserved meats.
Is Scribble and Samia nearby
Yeah, I
now?
would have come closer to join, but not like right next to everybody.
Yeah, I'm also just kind of standing, like, at a distance.
And I will queue up some ambiance. Let me know if that's too loud or too quiet for you guys.
It's perfect.
So, my accent is not working. Hold on.
That's okay.
It's all good, man.
Linaya and Samia. As we told you, we were traveling to Phandalin as we were ambushed, as you were. The individuals we were working for, a dwarf by the name of Gundren, and his captain of the guard or bodyguard, Ulrich, they were on the horses that we found dead on the road. And it appears that they've been captured. This goblin here has provided me some great information. He is not only going to lead us to where they may be held, but he has also told me that they are led by a bugbear by the name of Clarg. And it also appears that there's a goblin in their midst who would take lead of these goblins and who are not fans of this particular bugbear by the name of Emic. I wanted to make y'all aware of what I found.
Lunalia will just nod her head in understanding.
Nora, listening, says something along the lines of, looks like we might have help on the inside.
I also want to let you guys know that I've made a promise to this goblin that we will let him free once he leads us to his cave or location.
I just shrug my shoulders.
Surely we can find a goblin party that led 2 captives through the woods on our own. We don't need this goblin.
I disagree. He can easily lead us there at first
Or
light.
he could lie.
The little goblin looks back and forth at you all intently, nodding or shaking his head, depending on what he hears about his fate.
Samia, this goblin is greatly afraid of you. Why is that?
Well, I saw him and the other goblins trying to kill you, 3. He should fear me.
I see.
He should be grateful we spared him.
I trust you won't have a problem with this goblin. And we'll leave him be.
I'm gonna say I'm the one that said not to kill him. I'd worry about that bird over there. Nodding my head towards Scribble.
I'm pretty sure that's not a bird. I've never seen a bird walk with legs like that.
True drow fashion.
Say something about his wings, I dare you.
I'm just gonna say you will leave him be.
Nice.
Lunaya and Samia, would you be interested in joining us in an attempt to rescue our employers?
Freeing people from captivity. No one should be forced to live this way. And she'll sort of glance meaningfully at the goblin. I would be happy to help.
Outstanding!
I'll say sure, why not?
Excellent, excellent. I feel that we should head out at first light.
Before we rest, Noro says, does anybody know how to remove this blood off my leather?
Yes, you find a river and you bathe. Do they have no water where you come from?
I like this one. I like this one. That's it.
Can
Naro!
the spell?
Oh, sorry, Lucid, go ahead.
That's it. Can the spell mending remove blood?
No.
No, I think the one you're looking for is prestidigitation.
Okay.
She'll have a look around at nobody's doing anything, and she'll just sort of sigh, and she'll run her hand down her left arm. Her arms are bare for the most part. Down her left arm to gather water, and she will use a cantrip called Shape Water. She'll spin her hands together to sort of grow it, and she will throw it at Noro. So you've just been splooshed.
Wait, I'm surprised, or I'm pretty sure it's cold water. So I take that deep breath, like, thank you, and I'm vigorously rubbing on my leather.
You're welcome.
Naro,
Deeps,
would you mind holding the goblin for me? I have something I must do.
from the neck.
Nay,
Just
use the rope.
fitting. Give me the rope.
Got it. I hand
Just
him
a
the.
point of order. It's not a lot of water. Shape water deals with existing water. It cannot create more. So it's you know,
You just got a sploosh.
a little bit.
Might as well have spit on me.
Oh, it's a little bit more than spit.
All right, that works.
It's like I pissed on you.
This is going all sorts of directions.
Right?
Is this what we need to do to get Twitch viewers? Is that how this works?
Oh man.
All right, yeah. So I got the rope. I got him. What do you want me to do with him?
Just. If you keep an eye on him, I just need a moment.
Oh, all right, got it.
I head over to Oxy
Yeah.
and I kneel down and put my hand on his head and say a prayer saloon. Thank you for everything you've done for us, Oxy. I'll miss you.
Nice.
Deep's
When-
question for you.
Yeah.
How much have you read about Saloon and the practices of her followers?
Not a ton.
Okay.
Dun dun dun.
There's some good stuff on the Forgotten Realms wiki. I'll send you a couple links. The thing that stuck out the most to me is give me a second here. Clerics of Saloon typically pray for their spells at night while facing the moon if it's visible. There's a ritual that exists where you might have a walk in the moonlight alone under the open sky as a sort of quiet type of meditation, possibly looking for the moon to light your path, figuratively, but also literally, but also potentially figuratively. Just ideas of things you could do in the evening or at night to sort of play to your class.
Okay.
Poker, where would I have languages? Like what languages I would know? Oh, I'm sorry. I see it now. It's on the bottom left. Never mind.
No problem. Glad you found it. If there's nothing else, as the evening fades into the depths of night, you all start thinking towards getting some rest. It is the wilderness, and there are all sorts of interesting, mostly natural noises out in the distance. You can choose to all bed down and sleep, or you can discuss taking watches and shifts. Just note that in 8 hours of long rest, you do need to sleep for 6 hours of that. So each person could take a 2-hour watch, and you could get through a long rest with 4 people rotating those watches.
Before the that happens, I kind of tell that it's getting like the winding down time. So I just kind of slip off into the forest, like Irish goodbye style.
Do any of us see her go?
I would say I made a point to not be noticed.
Make a stealth check, and I'll just compare it against their passives. Linelia and Scribble, I'd say you, Deebs as well. You all become aware that Solmia isn't around, but you don't necessarily observe her leave. You're just you're aware more quickly than Nora that she's suddenly not there as she slips away.
Lunalia would say to the group, I don't require the sleep that you require. I don't mind taking the first watch.
Without hesitation, Noro goes and lays down.
I appreciate that, Lunalia. I could use some rest. I go lay down.
What are you guys doing with
Oh yeah,
with Wheeze?
Lunalia. You'll need to keep an eye on Wheeze for us, please. The goblin.
Yes.
Alright, and then I go to lay down.
All right. Scribble?
I'm gonna walk off a little ways, like not too far, to where like I'm still in view, and then just watch over everything.
Okay. Question for you, because I never actually asked this outright. You've read through the type of sorcerer that Scribble is. How much of a physical manifestation of his class is present?
Not sure. Ask it a different way, maybe.
Yeah. Well, if you were to go look up your class on D&D Beyond, there is a bit of a physical description. Maybe just have a look at that and let me know how much of that is visible to other people. I mean, beyond just his appearance as a hooded robed Kenku, does he have any of that sort of shade touched look about him?
Okay, I'll read it.
Or is it not as present as it may possibly be in the future?
Oh, do they get like a visible taint sort of thing?
I mean,
I don't want to
can.
see his taint.
Yeah.
Darkus is taking it there.
Just gonna have a quick look here to see if I can go.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that was a thing.
The Scribble, is he wearing like robes and a cloak or a hood or something?
Yeah, I was dressed kind of like in the picture that I had originally had up there.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy, I am playing a Goliath wrong. Thanks for that wiki.
The what now?
The wiki? Forgotten Realms wiki?
Oh, yeah, so there's something I've noticed. A lot of the articles in there are very rooted in 4th edition, and I don't know how much of it's updated for 5th, but I use the crap out of that wiki, even though we're not playing in Forgotten Realms, because it's just got a wealth of knowledge from past editions collected.
Oh, okay. I was about to ask, is it cool if I use some of the information here?
Yeah, are you talking about their markings not being tattoos and actually being like physical markings?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and not to mention, I'm supposed to be frowning upon the fact that we have a hostage. Because it's either a battle started and either our side won all the way through, nobody lives. That means we won. Otherwise, the battle is technically not over.
Interesting.
For the fact that a fallen foe, where it says here, finishing off a fallen foe, taking hostages, and attacking civilians were considered distasteful and unfair.
I'd say use as much of that as you want.
Okay. All right.
Don't play to that. Play to your concept of your character.
Okay.
So, he might be from a tribe of Goliaths who have different beliefs and different values, possibly because of their their proximity to and association with dwarves, which we've talked about as an element from Noro's past. So
okay.
it's up to you. Whatever you want to do, whatever you like.
Okay, all right, cool. I'm going to keep reading and learning then. And
Never take what is written down for a race, a class, an alignment as,
Law.
Yeah.
it's how you interpret it, or you can deviate as wildly as you want.
It's part
Within the world.
It's part of why I homebrew instead of playing in Forgotten Realms, because I like a lot of it, but there's a lot of it that I'd really like to ignore, write off, remove entirely, change. And I feel like if I do set everything I do in the Forgotten Realms world in Faerun, I feel like I'd be doing I would either be bound by the canon material, or I would feel like I'd be doing a disservice by changing it. So that's kind of why I've chosen to homebrew and yet borrow some elements from it.
okay, cool. Then I think I would like to do that. Just take some of the elements, not everything.
Yeah, if it gives you some ideas for some of your characters' beliefs and motivations, like if it gives you more to play off of, use it. If it doesn't, don't.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you.
Yeah. I would say like another way to try to think about it is like combat is kind of the more fixed things as far as like what you can do with your abilities. And then like your alignment, you want to try to sort of operate within that context, but the rest is definitely flavor it however you want, dude.
Right on. All right.
And I mean, alignments also change. Like, there's no hard, fast rule about always being the same way. As your character grows in levels, why wouldn't they also grow in morality or in worldview? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I like it. Thank you. Thank you for the ideas. This opened my mind.
Yeah, those wikis are nice for inspiration, for sure.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, she will take the rope. She will, rather than holding onto it for however long she's going to be watching this thing, she will druid craft the roots of a nearby tree to sort of twine with the ends of the rope and pin it to the ground right beside her. So that if there's any tugging, or she'll be able to feel it.
And before everybody nods off, I assume you discuss a rotation of who is going on next.
She will wake Deebs up when she's done.
There you go. Okay. And Deebs will wake up. No, sorry. Who are you going to wake up?
Oh, I'll get Noro.
Okay.
Right.
We shouldn't need more than that.
No.
Donalia only needs 4 hours. So she'll go her however long she can go, and then she'll wake Deebs up so that
Elves, man.
only 2 of them have to actually say watch.
All right. So, as the other 2 settle down for their night's rest, I would like Lunalia and Scribble and Solmia to make perception checks.
Give me just a second. That link took away my character.
And I mean, Scribble, you can make a perception check if you're actively keeping watch for what's going on, or you could choose not to. It's up to you. I just thought, if y'all have gone out in the woods a little ways, you're probably watching your backs. Okay. Solmia, how far have you gone from the others, and what are you up to?
I'm definitely like out of earshot distance.
Okay.
And for me, I don't know these people. So I just would rather kind of spend the night by myself.
Which direction would you have gone if you were camped off to the north of the road? If you harken back to the battle map from last week, on the sort of the western part of the map, north of the road in the woods there, which direction would you have gone? Back towards the road or further
No,
into
yeah.
the woods?
Yep, that's a great question. I would have gone north. So like past where Noro cleaved that goblin map.
Yeah, so as you're having a little bit of a wander, you hear a movement off in the distance and hushed voices. As you stop and lean against the bole of a nearby tree, you observe two goblins moving along a narrow trail, armed with spears, and they look like they're moving quietly southward towards the site of the ambush.
Do I so like I pick up on their intent that they are like stealthily moving?
Mhm.
And are their spears like in a way where like they're at the ready, like if someone were to try to like get in their way?
Yeah, they look ready. I mean, they are moving quickly but cautiously.
Okay.
They don't seem to have spotted you. A stealth check's probably not a bad thing, but they're a good 40 feet away from you and sort of moving north to south while you're moving in a northeasterly direction. So you would cross their path if you kept moving.
So if they were to continue on the path that they're on, would they run into the camp?
No, they'd basically come out of the woods where the one that ran away exited the map.
Okay, so like if they were to head like just keep walking as a crow flies, they would not stumble upon like Nora and Deebs and everyone.
Correct. They would cross the road to the east, maybe 200 feet from where the camp is.
Okay. I honestly think I'm just gonna make note of it, and then just kind of like keep on my walk.
Okay. You watch them go past, and eventually you cross the trail after they're out of sight to the south. Carefully. Once the trail is about 50 feet behind you, you hear them heading northward again. Speaking a little louder this time, maybe with a confidence that they hadn't seen anyone and no one had seen them. They are not moving as stealthily this time. And unless you decide to do anything, they continue heading northward. What you learn from this, though, is there is what appears to be a trail that runs somewhere from here.
Okay.
And these two might be from your destination tomorrow.
Okay. And I can tell they're part of the same crew that Wheeze belongs to.
They look very similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar adornments, and just a very similar look overall. The way they look, the way they carry themselves. Scribble. What are you doing, and how far away from the camp are you? Are you within eyeshot of the camp?
Yeah, I was just at the very edge of it.
Okay. So, like, the others could see you sitting off the edge of the camp as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Lenalia, are you stoking the fire, or are you letting it die down to embers?
I would let it die down to embers.
Okay.
She will keep an eye out because she can see, obviously, that Scribble is still awake and off a distance. And she's keeping her ears open for the return of the other one who wandered off.
All right.
She's going to pull out her lute, and she'll sort of sit in the roots that sort of forms, a half bowl. And she'll pull out her lute and just quietly play to herself.
Yeah,
You're
make a
playing.
performance.
You're playing with
Okay.
your lute.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a performance check just for fun.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, I'm going back and looking at your perception check. You don't seem to notice anything in the first couple of hours of watch. And
Whoa.
Oh,
as
Jesus.
as the terrible lute music begins,
Pluck a string.
Twang! As soon as that happens, she'll just sort of look around. Maybe I'll just stow this.
Awesome.
the Wheeze the goblin startles as you make some noise, but you see he quickly seems to fall back asleep.
She's going to have a closer look. She's not going to get closer, but she's keeping an eye on Wheeze. Is he just going peacefully back to sleep?
You could make a perception check. Visually, in dim light, it would be a disadvantage to observe him at a distance. Sure.
Oh, at disadvantage.
Yeah, you could just roll it a second time and take the lower if you want. Wow. He's pretending to be sleeping. He's definitely doing something.
Okay.
You can see small movements as he lays sort of curled up on his side with his back to you.
I'm going to
His head moves every once in a while.
look over to where Scribble is. Do I see Scribble noticing this?
Scribble? Are you actively watching the camp and what's going on in it, or are you just
Yes.
chilling out? Go ahead and make a perception check specifically for this, then.
And so, is it dark?
It is dark. You know what? I'm gonna have a look at your character sheet because you got a little something funky for dark vision here.
Yeah, the fire would have burned down really low. It's just embers at this point, so.
If he has
Yeah.
dark vision, though, it's like he can see it's like as
It's grayscale.
yeah.
Yeah, he has dark vision with a longer range than the rest of you do. But
Oh, nice.
Yeah, go ahead and also make a perception check. I'm pretty sure dim light and darkness, even with dark vision. Sorry, dark vision you can see in darkness
Dim light.
as if it were dim light. Yep, you can see the dark. Dim light as if it were bright light. Darkness as if it were dim light. Can't discern color in darkness. And of course, if in dim light, perception checks are a disadvantage. Those that are based purely on vision.
But that's like if we're in like a cave, right? Not
Yeah, I'd
what
say
we're doing now.
it's dim light. So yeah, just go ahead and make a straight perception check. Holy crap! Natural 20.
Nice.
Nice work. He's doing something. He is trying to pretend to be asleep, but you can very definitely see his arms are moving a little bit. His hands are up near his. You think his elbows are bent, and his tied hands are up near his face, and you can see his head bobbing a little bit as well.
So Lunalia can see then that Scribble has seen this.
You can see Scribble watching in the same direction that you're watching.
Okay.
unless there's any giveaways to other than you just looking that direction.
No, I think I'd be looking more like after noticing it more intently, trying to figure out what he's doing.
Yeah, so you would see Scribble, focus in on that movement.
Okay.
What do?
She will do nothing.
Okay.
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to keep watching him.
Some time passes, and he eventually stops moving pretty much entirely. And just lays there quietly. Scribble, are you staying up the entire night? Some of the night? Are you eventually going to haul off to sleep? Or
Once he stopped moving, I was going to go to sleep. Once it
Okay.
seemed like it was over.
just like right where you're at, sort of tuck your beak against your chest and pull your cloak tight?
Yep, just over in the corner.
Okay. Solmir, are you going off somewhere to sleep apart from the party?
Correct.
Linelia, you finish your watch and rouse the sleeping dwarf.
I would say on her way over to wake Deebs up, she's going as quiet as possible to not wake the others up.
Mhm.
On her way past the goblin to Deebs, she would say, if you're going to go, I'd go now. And then she will head over to Deebs, and she'll reach down and just pat his foot. Deebs, it's your watch.
Oxy!
Now all of China knows we're here.
Wherever that is.
Thank you, lass. I'll take over. Deeps gets up and starts
She'll
watch-
explain to him too, the other elf. The elf has not returned.
That elf is shifty.
And she'll head back over to her tree where all of her stuff is. And she'll just she'll crawl into her bedroll. She's not laying down, but she's resting.
All right, I'll as I'm starting my watch, I'll just do a quick glance at Wheeze. And see anything abnormal or sleeping or what's going on.
You have a quick look around the camp, and the goblin is... There's a trail of rope that has one end anchored heavily to a fresh growth of roots, and the other end is frayed and broken. And he is gone.
Lunaya,
Yes,
what happened to the goblin?
Oh,
I-
man.
I believe he gnawed his way through the rope and ran away.
But,
We can pick up the trail tomorrow. It will be easy to follow. We have no need of one goblin. And keeping him captive was just cruel. Good night, Deeps.
Alright, I kind of slump down and start the watch.
Just hasn't been your day, has it?
No.
Go ahead
Oxy and
make
Wheeze.
go ahead and make a perception check. That's good.
Nice.
Geez, do we all have +5? Oh no, Scribble's got +3 perception.
It's a great skill to have.
Yes.
We're all pretty perceptive.
Yeah. As you settle in, trying to keep yourself awake, and keeping an ear and an eye out for things, you don't notice anything. At first, the sounds of the forest at night bother you. It's really sort of your first foray out of the city, and while you're used to sounds at night coming in through your window as you slept, these sounds are very, very different, very random, and you jump and startle a few times, but eventually you get used to brushing off sounds that you hear that end up not coming to anything. Make it through your watch without issue.
Okay.
You seem to come to what you think is a couple of hours, and can wake Noro to finish things off.
All right. I head over to Noro and kick him in his back. Noro, you're up.
From across the clearing, you hear the elf say, "We're all up, thank you."
Right, I get up, not the first thing I look for is the goblin, but I notice he's gone. And I turn to Deebs and I say, "Did you already let him go?"
Don't ask.
All right. I proceed with my watch.
All right, Deebs, you get a couple more hours in as Noro takes watch. And Noro, it's dark, and you, without dark vision, have a little bit of a rough go at making out anything. It's dim light, but it's past the edge of the camp. It's really hard to see much, and so the forest is a little bit deeper and darker to you than the others. Go ahead and make a perception check as well.
Nice.
Cool.
Thank you.
Very nice.
You settle into a groove and keep your eyes and, more importantly, ears open. While you hear a few things of note, nothing ever comes close. At one point, you do hear several somethings move through the underbrush, a ways to the east of you, and they move past, and they get out of earshot. You wonder if it's maybe a small group of deer or something moving just as the sun begins to warm the sky. As the sky lights up, we come to the end of night, and folks start to wake. Somia, you found a place secluded enough, and you think safe enough, where you're able to get some sleep. What would you all like to do?
Yeah, I'll basically just sleep kind of in like a like with my back up against a tree, so not like laying down, but just kind of like sitting up against a tree type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Lunalia will get up. She will stretch. She'll pack all her things away, roll up her bedroll. She'll kick out the fire.
I'll get up as well.
Scribble, since you went to sleep after observing the goblin, you wake and see the rope. It's frayed end just laying there. No goblin at the end. And Somia, as you return, you would see the same thing.
Lunalia will walk over and start coiling up her rope and putting it in her pack.
I'm gonna look at Lunalia and I'll say, "What happened there?"
What happened was what I expected would happen. The goblin chewed through the ropes and wandered off into the night.
I'll kind of mutter to myself, "I got this goblin for these guys, and they lose him right away."
He was not theirs to lose.
I'll say, "Oh, you heard me."
She'll just point to the tips of her ears. Big ears. Hear much.
Yep, gotcha. So then I kind of make a face like I'm making a mental note.
You pack up your things and get ready to set out. Having a once over the hidden cart just to make sure it's secreted away as best you can. And you strike out. Where are you heading, and what is your marching order? Somia immediately comes to mind the trail that you saw the goblins.
Yeah, I
moving
was.
along.
Yep, I was actually gonna say, like once like everything's kind of packed up, then I'll share with them that I saw the goblins that I thought looked like Wheeze, and there's actually a trail that's to the north of us. And I heard the goblins going south and north.
All right. Well, we said that we needed to head north, so that's probably the direction we should go.
So I'll just
Following
tell.
the trail.
I'll just tell Deebs. I can show you where this trail is at.
I can't believe he left.
Why would he stay?
I gave him rations.
And my character laughs too.
As you lead them over to the trail, in the light of day, you see a little bit more. Anybody who wants to take a closer look can roll a survival check, just to get an idea of how much use this trail has seen.
Rip.
Scribble's like, what trail?
Yes, these are trees, indeed. Deebs, Noro, and Solm, the three of you, can tell that this trail has seen a fair amount of traffic, especially in the last couple of days. A large group of what you think is goblins. It's a little hard to tell, but a large group of humanoids came through here. There are marks that indicate that bodies were dragged. And then you definitely see the fresh tracks of the ones from last night in the damp soil.
All right.
I'll say this is where I saw the goblins last night. To the group.
And all of that together makes it fairly obvious to you that this trail leading north, the one you're looking for. So, as you set out down the trail, I'd like you to tell me who's in front and what.
I would say, like, when we got to the trail and we saw that point, I kind of like reached my arm out to like Deebs, as in like a gesture of, all right, go for it.
I'll take lead.
I follow
Noro, No, you take the rear.
All right.
Lunalia will follow behind wherever the Kenku fits in the order.
I'm gonna stay next to Noro.
Well, hell. She'll go right behind Deebs then.
I'll say I walk next to like is the trail big enough so that two people can walk side by side?
Yes. Yeah,
So
it's-
then
it
so then
narrows in places, but yeah.
yeah, so then I would be walking side to side of Lunalia, kind of giving her like a side glance.
Side eyes.
Side eyes, yeah.
As you transit the trail, you definitely notice that this is an old trail. It's been here for some time, and it's probably seen a fair amount of traffic just based on the amount of wear and tear, both on the ground and the underbrush around it. It's well traveled, and you imagine that the choke point in the road there that you came across might be a popular place for these goblins to ambush a small party of travelers from time to time. Deebs, since you're in front, as you are heading down the trail, what are you doing? Describe to me what you're specifically doing as you're walking down this trail.
I picture picking his nose.
Wringing his hands.
Eyes up, chest out,
Yeah.
whistling a jaunty tune.
I mean, I don't have like my shield and warhammer out. I'm just kind of, I'm cautiously moving, but just kind of standard walk, but just kind of peeking, kind of keeping her aware of my surroundings, or trying to.
All right. Go ahead and make a perception check. As you're moving along, you weren't really looking for it.
Oh, you still
You
have
look down, and your foot is an inch away from a small bit of rope that's mostly covered by dirt and a little bit of moss. There's a coil of rope just underfoot.
Oh, all right. I stop. And Poker, you still have the nighttime sounds going, by the way.
I do. Thanks.
Yep.
Let's do forest day. There we go. I don't know if it's going to be that much different.
Less crickets, more birds.
Yeah, right.
So oh, oh, and I kind of glance down and kind of try and move the moss. And, I'm assuming it looks like a trap of some sort.
It does. It looks like a snare that you follow the coil of rope into the underbrush. And you're not sure where it goes, but it definitely looks like if you had stepped in it, you might be hanging upside down.
We better be careful.
So, as the party moves around this trap, and there's enough
Does
enough room for
Deebs
you to...
point it out to us?
I just made a bunch of noise. That's what you guys react.
I mean, you observe him looking down at the ground and stepping gingerly around something.
Yeah, so she'll come up beside him and be, it must be a well-used game trail. We could leave this here and perhaps catch breakfast on the way back.
Yeah, you have proficiency in survival. From what you can tell by looking at this, this is made to catch bigger things in the game.
A large breakfast, then.
Yeah, like a dwarf.
That's a dwarf snare.
As the
She's gonna trip it with the spear end of her spear, just so that nobody else will stand in it.
okay, go ahead and make a strength. We'll say make an athletics check just to see if it.
Well, that's not great.
That's enough.
Not horrible.
It very nearly pulls the spear out of your hands, but you manage to hang on to it as the rope is suddenly pulled into the underbrush to the left. You see a steeply bent tree not far away that none of you had noticed brings upright and bends wildly the other way. You see the rope fling about in the air and eventually come to rest. So, as you move along, Deebs, what's changed about the way that you're traveling?
Oh, so yeah, and obviously I'm paying more attention, taking my time, looking at the ground, looking on the edges of the pathway, just kind of moving gingerly now.
Okay, so you are checking for traps as you go.
Yeah.
Can I assist him if I'm like right behind him? To sort of, I get the sense that Deebs is a city dwarf, and so she'll just be giving him tips behind him of the types of traps that she's used in the past.
Sure.
With her hovering over me, am I getting wet?
I'm not dripping, Jesus!
There is a bit of condensation on your chainmail. You begin to worry about rust. Yeah, I'd say you could give him advantage, sure. I think you both have the same perception,
Yes.
so actually doesn't matter. Go ahead and make another perception check, Deeps.
With advantage or?
With advantage, yeah.
Oh,
you can
boy.
shift click to... Well, that's a good thing. Another half hour down the trail, you see a patch. You actually spot it at a fair distance. You see a patch up ahead that looks odd. The ground looks disturbed in an odd sort of way. And as you approach it slowly, you notice that there is definitely some sort of camouflage, some sort of cover over the ground. Perhaps a bit of burlap that's had dirt scattered across the top of it. It seems to cross the entire trail.
Whoa!
It's like it's like Oxy never left. It's like he's talking to
Another-
the Ox.
Another trap! Lenaya, you see?
Yes, I see. A pit trap, used to catch much larger prey, it seems. She will hold her staff and reach out with one hand and call to the roots that are just on the side of the trail to come up and sort of open up the pit so that we can all very easily see it. Is there a way to sort of weave the roots on the edges of the pit together so that we can walk just on the edge of it without falling in?
It would take you a significant amount of time, given how, as written, how minor the effects of Druidcraft are.
Okay.
I mean, you could certainly get close enough to it to, move the cover, pull it back with the tip of your spear, that sort of thing. Or you could just move around the thing by stepping off the trail and moving through the underbrush for a bit and leave it undisturbed.
I don't think we should leave this undisturbed. This is meant to catch intelligent prey. So she'll get up close and she'll just sort of, with the tip of her spear, sort of try and pull the closest piece of like burlap or branches aside to see if we can see into the pit.
And you do. So you find that there is a coarsely woven layer of burlap cloth laid on top of a loose framework of thin branches that look like, if you put your weight on it, you would crash through immediately. And so you all see the nature of this trap. And I won't spend too much longer on that unless there's anything else you want to do with it. You do see some wicked-looking spikes in the bottom of the trap as you peer over the edge. It looks like it's about 10 feet deep.
As we move around it, I'm going to keep an eye out, make sure there's no other traps in the underbrush or anything that might be.
A trap to catch those who avoided the first trap?
Exactly.
Good call, Beats.
And I mean, I can let you use the same perception roll. I'm not a huge fan of rolling multiple times for the same thing in a short period of time. You don't find anything. You move very carefully and slowly, and make your way around it without issue.
Okay.
You continue on. The trees around you grow a little more dense as you head down a shallow grade for the next half hour or so. And you finally reach a point where you can see up ahead a hillside that rises steeply. You hear the sounds of running water. And as you get closer, you can see off in the distance a break in the trees, a stream that runs south from what looks like a cave entrance in the side of the hill. And there's something... It almost looks like a goblin, but you're a little too far away, and you can kind of see it just through the trees. How would you like to approach? What would you all like to do?
Have we seen any footprints or anything along this trail heading in this direction?
Yes. Yeah, based on your earlier check, you definitely saw the sign of what looks like a couple of goblin scouts recently, maybe in the middle of the night, as well as a large amount of footprints from a couple of days ago or so.
Okay.
Probably the group that ambushed the others.
Are there any, larger footprints, like dwarvish, human, non-goblin?
You don't see any, or at least if there were any, they've been trampled by the large number of goblin footprints.
Okay.
Just the drag marks of what look like the humanoid forms that were dragged.
Ah, okay. Well, Deebs, I'd say it looks like your employers are going to be found in that cave.
Aight. Let's head there.
Are you keeping the same marching order with Deebs in front?
Do you guys want to change it at all?
Yes, Lunalia will move farther to the back.
All right, should we move Noro up front with me, or keep him to cover
Can
the?
we just Can we just have whoever has high perception in the front?
Well, I'll stay in the front. I just don't know if something happens. I don't know if it would be good to have two fighter types.
Okay, so I'll do that. I'll move up since it looks like we're clearing the path as we're going through.
The cave is up a little bit, you said?
Yeah, so I'll describe it a little better. In front of you, about 120 feet away, there is a sharply rising foot of a hill. The forest breaks between you and it, and there's a clearing of roughly 80 feet. There's a stream that flows towards you and off to your right as you look north towards this cave entrance. The stream seems to come out of the cave itself. There's a stand of trees just beyond the stream. I will move you guys to the map so you can see it. I have your tokens a lot closer to the cave entrance just because there isn't a large clearing on this map, but you get the idea.
Yep.
You're, you guys
So
are
I'm
off.
I'm gonna
further
kind of
this way.
I'm gonna hang towards kind of the back of the party.
Where's the cave entrance, Poker? Can you ping it? Okay, right there.
Well, you can see off across the stream here. There's a stand of trees. There's some high brush here against the side of the hill. And at this distance, it's hard to tell, but you think right about here, you think you see what looks like a goblin. Although it's hard to tell at this distance. You could make a perception check, but you might need to get a little bit closer to determine what he's doing. He seems to be standing in front, but he's sort of standing oddly.
Can I move there and see?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are 80 feet away at the edge of the clearing, to the southwest. So tell me if you want to move all the way up here, or if you want to, how you want to move across that clearing.
What do you guys think? I mean, I'm all for just going straight up.
My only concern is if there is something waiting right at the entrance to that cave. It's going to be able to blow our heads off before we even clear the cave mouth.
Deeps is going to become Oxy.
Ox me.
Is there a way to get closer to what looks like a goblin at a weird angle without being seen from the cave mouth?
Can't you just meld with the water or something?
Nope. Does the water come from the cave, or is it nearby the entrance?
The water appears to flow directly out of the cave's mouth. Yes. It is not a large stream, as you can see on the map. It's no more than about 5 feet across. And at a distance, it looks fairly shallow. You likely wouldn't be able to swim in it.
Right.
In fact, you would imagine you could stand in it without it giving much resistance.
Okay.
The bushes and shrubs here along the face of the hill, you could potentially try and crawl through, although they're fairly dense and there's not a lot. There is also over here, a fairly large stand of trees. The forest that you're in sort of curves around and up the eastern bank of the small stream. So if you were to just hop across the stream or walk through to the other side, you could sneak up through the forest.
So where I'm pinging, that's where there's what looks to be a goblin.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just drop one in. Give me a second. I'll do token palette.
And he looks like he's standing watch.
It's hard to tell, but yeah, he looks like he is just standing there unmoving.
Are we out in the open so it sees us too?
No, and that's why I made it a point to say you're still 80 feet away at the other end of this clearing, because you have not revealed yourselves and walked right up. Unless that's what you want to do.
So is it clear that everyone in our party sees it?
I think we should. It goes against my race code, but I think we should capture it. Wrestle it in the woods.
Lunalia is going to move to the water and then to the trees on the other side. And she'll just sort of move into the shadows of the trees.
Go ahead and
Did
make
you-
a stealth check.
Did you tell us anything, or did you
Yeah.
just kind of go?
Nope,
I'm
she
gonna
just
move you
moved into
into
the
the
trees.
Okay. Did you? I'm assuming she did it nonchalantly, and the party observes her walk off.
Yeah, no, she's not. Yeah,
Yeah. So
we're
you
all
all see her do
obviously
that.
looking. Yeah, we're all looking towards this goblin. It's obvious we all see it. So she's just going to move to the side, across the water, and into the trees. Like, you can still see her. What am I making? Stealth check.
So you all see her moving through the underbrush. I will show you a little bit more of the forest there.
Because I'm wondering, Deebs, they might be setting up a trap, right?
Yeah, using the goblin as bait.
Could be bait, or the fact that the guy that escaped, I mean, he returned home. He's probably going to be trying to get some promotion or something for telling on us. So I was thinking, I don't know if the party agrees or not, if we could try to capture that goblin, kind of drag him into the forest and just grill him there, if that's even possible or feasible, and just see if another goblin has returned home, and just kind of get the idea if maybe it was set up as a trap or he knows nothing.
I'm gonna say I handed you guys a goblin yesterday, and he ran away. So I'm like, you guys do what you want. But like, I'm not gonna help capturing another one.
I mean, I like the hack and slash route.
Why are you the way that you are, elf? I say we move right up to the entrance.
So make it known.
This is the way.
This is the way.
It is known.
This is the way, then.
Can
You
I
guys,
oh, go ahead.
What's the scribble doing?
Mimicking the birds, I want to bet.
Fingering his silver pieces.
All of my loot. Now I'm gonna look at the goblin and then just repeat wheeze as he was describing himself. and then I'm gonna point over at Lunalia and say tree elf, and then at Solmia and say ground elf.
You guys watch Linalia move into the edge of the brush there, and you think that if you did like she's doing, you could probably get within. You could probably get up to about where her token is on the map, with an adequate stealth check and not be seen. You could also try moving through the denser underbrush. It would reduce your movement to half speed. But you could potentially sneak through the brush as well. Here, if you wanted to.
I mean, I'm willing. I'm willing to try, but I'm not the stealthiest stealthiest dwarf.
Yeah, I think you've got disadvantage from wearing chainmail, right?
Yep.
Can we do this then? Can we get those that are stealthy or can be stealthy go on that side of the map and see if there's another entrance location?
Yeah, scouting.
Yeah, like kind of like scouting, and we kind of hold back and just observe the goblin. Maybe there's even a patrol that we don't know about yet. If we hold for maybe a few rounds or something.
So, Lunalia is looking back towards the group now to sort of see what you guys are doing. And she's going to point at the cave entrance and point at both of her eyes and then point deeper into the woods and motion as if to say, I'm going that way to look up at the cave.
All right.
And then sort of hold her hands up like, huh? What do you think?
I give a nod to Lunalia.
Same.
Okay, so she will move slowly and stealthily deeper into the brush at a bit of an angle.
I'm curious, can you still see your token there even though it's dark?
I don't know where it is now. I've moved it into the dark. I can find it by hovering over.
No, I got you. I'll keep you in the light here. So you move deeper into the woods. I'm going to use your stealth check of 18 here. How deep into the woods are you going? You can see. Let me expose a little bit more of this. You can kind of tell where the edge of the hill steeply rises at the back of the stand of trees. That's where you're going? Okay.
For now, to see what I can see.
Your passive perception's 15. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you move slowly. You hear something up ahead of you, not far away. And as you very quietly creep ahead, looking through the dense underbrush, you see one goblin and then a second lying in wait. They don't seem to have seen anything yet, but you see them and they have yet to see you.
Okay. She will move back to the little stream. She'll move right back to the group, actually.
Yeah, so south the 80 feet or so, and then
Yeah. And she'll tell them what she saw.
And you all wait some time for this as she's moving very slowly and carefully. And eventually you see her emerge from the denser trees at the far side of the little creek and come back to you.
So she'll say there is a very small clearing within those dense trees that you can't see from the stream, and it looks like barely see from the cave entrance. It is a perfect place for ambush, and there are goblins there. If we go directly towards the cave mouth, we'll get jumped.
So, if that's the case, knowing this new information, they're probably watching each other, maybe. So they know we're coming. Or this is standard for them. Don't know.
Should we try and head into the clearing?
It would
See
be
if we-
best if we could bring them to us.
Deebs, you've been watching this goblin at the cave mouth for a while now,
Mhm.
while Lunalia went on her little scout. He hasn't moved an inch. It's eerie how little. And as you stand there peering at him from across this clearing, there's something not right about his stance either. It's hard to tell at a distance, and he's sort of right at the edge of the brush there. But he's you'd swear he's elevated a little bit, like maybe he's sitting on a rock or something, and his feet aren't quite touching the ground.
He's being used as a decoy. It's a dead goblin.
So Scribbles was right.
All right. I've got a crazy idea.
Oh god.
Oh. Dwarves and crazy?
Lunalia, Samia, Scribbles, and Noro. You head into the clearing. I'll move up towards that goblin. And let's see if we can ambush the ambushers.
Nora kind of like looks around and sees if there's any objections.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
Gonna roll my eyes.
Outstanding.
All right, so where is everybody moving to here?
By the clearing, you mean here, yeah?
No, I mean move to those, move through the dense to where those other two goblins are.
Ah, okay.
And I'm gonna move up, and then I have a plan. So
The
basically,
end of
so
Thebes.
so while they're kind of seeing me, hopefully you guys can get the jump on them.
So she'll give Thebes a nod, and she'll head back across the river and to the edge of the forest there.
Okay.
That way she can point out exactly where the sort of clearing starts and where to, like, don't go past here.
I mean, you could also go with him and help him move more stealthily through the woods.
Yeah, but I thought he was going up to Goblin number 1.
Oh, sorry. I had it backwards.
Yeah, I'm heading up.
So are you running, walking?
I'm walking kind of gingerly. Now I'm not going to start moving until I see them start like disappear into the forest.
Hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So they're kind of almost in a way set up.
Yeah.
Where'd Scribbles token go?
Yeah, I'm missing
Deleted
Scribble.
it. He deleted himself.
Fucking noob.
Oh,
Shit
my
himself
lord.
out of existence.
Trying to get rid of him. I saw him.
Did you delete yourself, or did you drag yourself off the edge of the map?
No, I hit delete because I was highlighting the mark.
Oh, that's great. No, so the good news is, and I don't know if you can do this. Try this. Go to the list of characters. It's the little sort of newspaper-looking icon on the right pane there, and just click on your name, not on the 3 bars next to you, but click on your actual character name and drag onto the map.
I'm back.
Nice.
Ah, beautiful.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
so
Hey.
I linked the token. Like I set the tokens up and I linked them to the characters, so they should all you guys should be able to do that yourselves to get yourselves onto the map if you accidentally delete yourself. And I'm going through the settings, and it looks like all of the settings stick, which is good. Cool. Noro, are you going with them?
So you're just trying to be like a decoy, right?
Yes.
Then I want to add to your plan. Wait, are you trying to go solo, or is it me and you, or what were you?
I was having you go with them, because just the 3 of them.
Okay, I gotcha. Understood. I'll have to be the tank over there.
I have a plan.
You have a plan. All right. I mean, I kind of had one too, but that's
What's your plan? What do you want to do?
You're a dwarf, right?
Yes.
I'm a goat. I get on all 4s. You hop on my back. I crawl up and just give them a what the moment, and have a true element of surprise.
I start laughing. And
I
I
don't know.
say that's just crazy enough to work.
I love you guys so much right now.
But
Lunalia would just look up to the sky and slowly close her eyes and move off across the stream and into the woods.
You
so
shouldn't walk when you're with your eyes closed. You might end up low prone again.
Head upside down aerial.
Yep.
All right, so
I'm just
no,
pushing-
no, go with them. Go with them.
Okay. I just wanted to push D&D mechanics.
there is an alternate timeline that forked off here, where in my mind, this dwarf rides a Goliath on all 4s out into an open field. That is a visual that will never leave me. Thanks, guys.
I'm gonna tell Deebs you should have a more open mind. And then I'm gonna basically kind of stay watching what Deebs is doing where I'm at.
Okay, so you're not at the edge of the clearing. You'll be around 70 feet away from where Deeds is at right now. Are you okay with that?
So I guess then I'll probably more try to like follow around that like brush area. Does it kind of like? I guess I can use my token. Does it kind of go like around here,
Mhm.
like the brush?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It basically it sort of curves around, like this, but
Yeah,
a
and then
much
it's
wider arc.
It's more this area that's the clearing.
Yeah.
Okay, so then yeah, I'll kind of follow Deebs. Like
Okay.
just kind of moving around in the forest area.
There's not a lot to it. You can stealth with disadvantage there, or you could move along the water's edge, like where Noro is, and not actually go into the forest there, to break line of sight from these two that are hiding back there as well. So if you go around the left, there's a higher chance of them seeing you early. If you come up the stream, they won't see you until the last minute. But it's
I will do the stream option then, sir.
Okay. So just moving along like this,
Yes.
but further down.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. Can I have all of you except Deebs make a stealth check, please?
Why is? I'm sorry about that.
Somehow it rolled the same thing 3 times. That's... Huh.
Or it just posted it 3 times.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, I don't know if
6,
it's
6,
the longer-
6.
I'm gonna refresh my page here.
I don't imagine a 7-foot something Goliath would be daintily walking through dense underbrush
Definitely
unnoticed.
For sure.
Oh, yeah, I do find it weird that I have it at +2 for stealth.
I think it's just off your decks.
Yeah, it's off
Yeah.
your decks.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's what I was afraid of.
You should have gone with the Goliath mount.
I knew it.
My God. Well, I mean, so the good news for you guys is goblins are not very perceptive, and neither are my dice. So, Lunalia, Scribble, and Noro, the 3 of you, somehow managed to, with Noro crashing through the brush behind you, make not quite enough noise to be heard over the sound of the rushing water. You're not entirely sure how. Lunalia, every step that Noro takes is you cringe at the sound of branches snapping underfoot and brush being broken out of the way. So Mia, you can hear it at a distance between you and them as they're moving through the brush, even though you're right along the edge of it. You guys are a little bit deeper in the woods like this, right?
Yes.
Like this sort of something. I'm guessing something like that.
Yes.
So you're like here,
Yep.
moving up. How close do you want to get? And do you want to let Deebs walk out like quickly and get there first, or what are you trying to do? Are you trying to let him get there first and then jump the goblins, or are you trying to get to the goblins and get in position before he? And Deebs,
Can we see
weigh in
Deebs?
on that. Weigh in on like when you're
Yeah.
going to set out after you watch them go into the brush.
Ideally, if I can tell when they're set up, then I'll start moving.
You imagine you need to give them, a count of maybe 50 or 100
Okay.
to get through the brush, and you can hear Noro crunching through the brush quite loudly. And so you hear the crashing sort of taper off into the distance, and you give another count of 10 and start moving. Lunalia, Scribble, Noro, how close are you getting to the goblins? Lunalia, you basically mark where you went to before and can go right up to that point.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, she would get as close to the clearing, but still stay undercover as possible. And then she'll, sort of hide behind a tree and wait to hear Deebs, or she'll keep her eye on the goblins to see if they have noticed Deebs before making a move.
I can move where I've moved the 3 of you to. From there, you would see through the brush to those 2 goblins well enough to attack them at range. You would have partial cover for a +2 to AC if you remained in there. And it puts you close enough where even though moving through the dense brush, you're at half movement, you could get from where you're at to them in 1 turn of movement.
Okay.
So Mia, how far along the stream bed are you moving there?
I'd say I'd be as close without being seen, but behind Deebs though. So Deebs is closer to that top goblin.
Right. So you're moving after he sets out. You start moving along slowly.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm just Deebs is gonna fuck this up.
Well, Deebs, it's all you, buddy. you come strutting up, and what are you doing?
All right, so I'm going to move to here,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm immediately going to cast Fog Cloud around me.
Oh, yeah? Oh, boy, do I have a token for that?
Don't you want to be seen?
Hold on.
Face palming.
Okay, you got a plan. All right. You said you had a plan. I'm gonna
Fog
try.
Cloud is that right? Is that a 40-foot
20 foot.
20 foot.
20 foot.
radius, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's your fog cloud, and you said centered on you.
Like to the edge of the water there.
Here, I'll give you control. Go ahead and put it where you want it.
Isn't that 40 feet? Like, that's a really big
Yeah,
fog
that's
cloud.
big. I
Yeah.
don't think it's that big.
Is it not?
No, it's only 20 feet.
Yeah, it's 20 foot.
If the squares are 5 feet,
It is a sphere of 20-foot radius. So that's correct. It should be 8 squares across.
Oh.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oop. Okay. So
but
that's
using that math, are we only 20 feet from these goblins?
You're 10 feet from them.
Okay, so we are that close.
Yeah, you've crept right up to them. They seem completely oblivious to you, and the two of them are chatting quietly, and then one of them sees Deebs walk up, and the two of them ready short bows as they sort of curiously watch him. Well, you imagine they're watching him approach. You can hear him off in the distance, moving towards the dead goblin. Deebs, as you approach that dead goblin, just before you blow your fog cloud, you can see that it is mounted on a stake. Its head, excuse me, its head has been bashed in, crushed, possibly by a large hand or a club. It's been disemboweled, and there's a pile of gore on the ground below the stake. And you see on the wall of the stone, natural stone wall behind it, there is a large bloodied handprint that's been sort of smacked against the stone and wiped, trailing sort of inwards towards the cave entrance.
Can I tell if it's Wheeze?
It's not.
Okay.
Just based on what it's wearing, it's not, and it looks like it's been there for since yesterday evening. You might guess it's the one that ran away.
Okay. Well, after I cast the fog cloud, I yell, "Over here, you idiots!"
Alrighty, and let's get everybody to roll initiative.
Oh, Jesus.
My rolls from when they count.
Oh, sorry, Deebs, you need to click on your self here. Here, I'll move the fog cloud to the back, and I'm just gonna delete it from the initiative order, and you had a 14, right?
Yep.
There you go.
No, I think I screwed up too.
I can add you guys in if you want.
I thought I had my token selected the second time, but
Yep, I missed
it gave me
that.
the same error.
Scribble rolled a 0.
No, he
I'm
has to put a 0 in
I'm
dice.
I'm adding it manually. So
I see.
we got a 5 and 15. And
I got some
got
fucked
a
up dice. They have a
4.
0 on them.
Scribble got a 17. I got Noro in here with a 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 goblins. That's everybody. Combat round 1. Oop. And give me a second here. We'll do a sort descending, and we'll put that at the top. Deeb's casting the spell is going to be the start of combat, and so we will start with Goblin 2. This is a surprise round. Those 2 goblins are surprised, but that only lasts until the end of their turn. So he is surprised until the end of his turn. Give me a second here, just looking something up.
I like the tactics, guys. I like the tactics.
If you're surprised, you can't move or take an action on your first turn of the combat, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. So he ends his turn and can now take reactions. Noro.
All right, so we're clearly going for some kills here. I'm gonna go ahead and charge in.
The barbarian boldly assumes.
You're right. I'm gonna move to here and do an attack on him.
Are you raging?
No, not yet. Kind of saving it.
All right, so as you draw your great axe and bear down on the goblin, he turns in surprise and raises a hand as suddenly the 7-foot-tall Goliath crashes out of the woods, seemingly right from his elbow, with a massive piece of steel.
Okay, rolling.
Oh,
Jesus!
good lord!
Man.
No, we would all like to kill something in this campaign at some point.
Oh boy, that's a natural 20. That's gorgeous.
I was about
so
to ask
funny.
you on D&D Beyond. I just saw the letter B. I'm like, what's that? Now I know what it is.
No, I'm not following you. What do you mean?
When you roll the virtual dice, how it's labeled 1 through 20. Well, there's no number 20. It's the letter B.
Oh,
Exactly.
It
Gotcha.
represents 20, and I didn't know that meant 20.
B for booyah.
Booyah.
I'm just looking at the crit damage here because we at our table at home we do crit damage differently.
Oh, okay.
So the crit damage here. How in the world did they do this? The slashing damage is 6, and the critical damage, it looks like it just rolls the d12. I guess you add the 2 together. Yeah, you could do that. The way we normally do it is you do your normal damage roll, and then you just add max dice. So the point of that is even if you roll a 1, by adding max dice, you'll still do more than your maximum damage from a regular hit.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And so I'd say if you want to ignore the slashing critical damage and just add your d12, the max die of your d12, so add 12 to that, so 6 and 12 is 18. So that's 18 points of damage. Feel free to describe how you eviscerate this goblin.
Oh. All right.
Fill our imaginations.
Right. This is more for Lanalia on Discord earlier. This guy is gonna go from head to toe split.
Nice.
And that's how. Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
Alrighty. Let's just.
Man, that blood
put
splatter
that
might reach
first.
me.
GG, Hummer. Or Noro.
GG easy.
Didn't you say last week there would have been some cleaving damage through to the next thing that was right next to it?
Yeah, so for that to work, they have to both be within melee range of of Noro, and
Oh,
his
okay.
axe would basically just go through one and into the other. It's a mechanic we use at home for fighting.
So like he would have had
opponents.
to been here.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah, could have cleaved through both of them there, but
Unless Noro was a spear barbarian and then did some skewer action.
that's a fair point. Yeah, fair point. I'd allow that. Make a little shish kebab.
Right.
Noro, are you doing anything with your bonus action or your movement, or are you done?
So many options.
Not really.
Yeah, you're right. No, that's it. And I kind of just after I split him, I'm kind of just getting ready.
If you stepped over him and engaged the other one with the rest of your movement, you would get a free attack if you tried to run. Pro tip.
Oh, thank you. Then I would like to do that. Yes.
All right.
I
there you
didn't
go.
know if I could or not.
Yeah, you can split your movement. All right. Next up is Scribble. You see Noro bisect one of the two goblins and move towards the other one. What are you doing?
I'll move, I guess, over here so I can get a clear line of sight at this goblin.
You could attack him past Noro.
And
but
then
sure.
cast Ray of Frost.
Okay.
And the goblin is still surprised, right?
He is, and that's another natural 20.
That is crazy. Fucking crazy.
Oh boy. Oh well. This is awesome. Fucking wrecking crew here. So that's a 1d8 plus. Sorry, I'm getting a feel for how Roll20 does crit damage for spells.
I imagine like when the T1000 gets shattered.
Mm.
Ooh, yeah.
D8 cold damage, speed reduced. Yeah, I guess that's all it is. So the second roll, the crit is the 6. So ignore the 6 and make it max dice. So 7 plus 8. So you hit it for 15 points of cold damage. The beam of arcane ice lances out and hits the goblin. And Noro, as you take a step forward, looking down at this goblin, it suddenly turns to ice and just explodes in front of you into frozen
Nice.
bits of gore.
My eyes.
Right.
No.
Scribble, can you link that spell in Roll20? Thank you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's 2 down. And let me just knock him off the list. And do you guys prefer if I leave them on the map X'd out, or do you want me to actually kill them off?
Leave them on the map, X'd,
X'd out? Yeah.
Yeah, X'd out sounds good.
Nice.
so we can see our
Is their
victories.
body like terrain?
Not these guys.
No, but we could if they were bigger or whatever, you could definitely get behind them and use them as partial cover. There's not
like
much
the
left
crib
of these
over 'em.
ones to do.
I could see Noro improving, picking one up and using it as an improvised weapon, or chucking it at an opponent, or something
I'd
like
use
that. Sure.
Hero right now.
This is why collection quests and WoW don't have guaranteed drops.
Yeah,
More work to go.
Sometimes it just explodes into viscera.
Yep.
No coin purse checking for you, Scribble.
So that's Scribble. Deebs, it's your turn. You hear the sounds of combat from just beyond the trees, and a brilliant blue flash from between the trunks of the trees, and a shattering sound as
Okay.
your fog cloud remains.
So this spell is conjuration, so I'm assuming I have to keep maintaining
Concentration?
it. Yeah. So since I hear them in combat, I'm gonna go ahead and take it down,
Okay.
and that'll be my. Actually, can I move across the
Yes.
river towards them? Okay. How far? How? What do these squares represent again?
5 feet. And you can use the arrow keys if you prefer to actually, count out like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, so I move up there and just kind of glance in the cave entrance to see if anyone's been alerted.
Okay. Perfect. And just so you know, dropping concentration is a free action. It doesn't require
Okay, good to know.
any spending an action. So from there, you'd be able to see about like that.
Right up into the shaft.
I knew it. I knew it was coming.
I thought it too. The urethra.
And you can see that it is dark. But you squint, and your night vision kicks in. Your dark vision kicks in, and you can see into there as if it were dim. The small stream flows down a series of small steps. There seems to be a bit of a walkway along beside it. You do hear the sound of rushing water from further in, perhaps a small waterfall.
Okay.
And as you look behind you, you see Noro standing over chunks, halves and chunks. So, what are you all doing? We can keep the initiative order, and you can move forward into the cave to have a look-see, if you'd like.
Time is of the essence, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
Denali would move up to the cave entrance, past the piles of what used to be goblins.
On my way up to Deebs, I'm gonna pat Scribble on the back and be like, respect.
I told you I had a plan.
I'll be like, you're planning on doing anything.
But
And I'm gonna like look at Noro and Scribble. Like, thanks for the carry.
A plan.
all right, are we moving in?
I
Yeah.
assume so.
Linalia's
sure.
going to move to the water and crouch down. She's going to get as low in the water as she can without actually, laying in it. And just move up right to the mouth of the cave and have a look around.
All right. So the Cragmaw Cave slopes upward steeply. Within, you see the ceilings are anywhere between 20 to 30 feet up. It looks like a natural cave, but some of it may have been hewn out by hand a little more. As far as you can tell, the interior of this cave is completely dark. Noro, it is pitch black for you beyond the entrance of the cave. within, you just barely see a couple areas of crumbling rock and gravel. Here. The sound of water rushing is fairly loud, echoing throughout the cave. You might be at disadvantage using your ears, but other creatures may not hear you in here either.
Does using a torch affect those that have dark vision near me? Does it ruin their ability or anything like that?
I've RP'd it as it makes it a little harder for them to see beyond the range of the torch, but they still can. Frankly, I've been lazy about looking that one up.
Oh, okay.
But it is kind of the only way that you'll be able to see anything is if you have a light source.
Well, I'd like my hands to be free, so maybe somebody can conjure a light here.
I'll cast produce flame. Produce flame.
Yeah,
I can use it as a torch.
What's the range on that? The light range?
Just one moment, sir. Let's see. 10-foot radius.
There you go. Yeah, let's maybe not make it piss yellow.
I like it.
Nice.
So it's like blue light blocker lenses.
Oh, Solomon Kelly.
So then
Lumelia-
I guess at Noro's request, I'll move to the front of the group.
Okay, go ahead.
Did I see the light?
Or actually, wait a minute. So if that's gonna screw up the rest of the dark vision people, should me and Noro be at the back? Or I guess I should say, Noro, do you want to be at the back or in the front?
Put them in the back so we can all have a turn.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Don't let Noro kill everything.
So then I'll just say I'll hang back with you.
Yeah, I'll hang back so that way maybe we can capture something with night vision, because I don't know if the light source will give us away or not.
Okay, I'm harkening back to, looks like second edition, where infravision was ruined by heat sources, like torches. But there's no penalties imposed by light on characters with dark vision. So again, like you could RP it as having to hold up a hand to block the light from your direct field of view to maybe see into the darkness, but yeah, you can.
But it won't affect us. Okay.
Right. Lumelia, as you lean down near the water, you find that the stream is cold and fairly slow moving. It's only 2 feet deep at its center, so it's really not material. Like it does not impede your movement, but through it.
So she is going to move up just 5 feet further
Okay.
until she's past the mouth of the cave. And she's staying low, and she doesn't have a torch or anything, so she'll hold up her hand behind her as if to say, just hold on 1 second, and then I'll have a look around.
Are you crawling up in the stream, Lumelia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Go waterbender.
She's making splish splashies.
As you sneak forward, loudly,
Doggo's gonna get you.
You notice to your right, up a series of roughly carved steps, three wolves. There's one around the corner there, confined in this room. Two of them look up and in your direction, hearing movement. They appear to be chained. You hear the sound of rattling chains as two of them get to their feet, and one of them takes a tentative step in your direction. But they look like they can't leave this room.
Okay, yeah, so she's still holding her hand up behind her. She's going to turn around and look at Deeves real quick. And sort of, hold her hand up. She'll hold up one finger. And then she's going to cast Speak with Animals.
Oh, shit.
Ooh.
At the wolf that moved towards her.
Nice.
Druids, man.
I wish I was a druid. Barbarian. Just kidding.
You can multi-class whatever.
What are you talking about? I'll be barbarian.
A Drubarian?
A true variant. That's hysterical.
But isn't she an actress?
Drew Barrymore?
Oh, Jesus.
That's true.
Wah, wah.
I'm terrible. But I'll be here all week, folks.
Okay, so yeah, she'll cast Speak with Animals on the first wolf. I don't think...
You cast it on yourself?
And she'll say, "It's wrong for you to be chained. Who are the goblins keeping you here?"
The wolf snarls at you. And keep us. They feed us so little. Free us.
When I free you, you're free to go, or eat as many goblins as you like, in assistance to us.
Oh, why don't you make a persuasion check?
Oh, that's not good.
You got this.
Can't you cast guidance on yourself?
I could have, yes. But I don't know if I can cast it while I'm also using Speak with Animals.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, well, Speak with Animals is not concentration, right?
That's true. But that's fine. So 16.
Yeah, you could also, I don't know, I'm thinking you could do a animal handling check if you wanted, instead of persuasion. I don't think there's a way to do this in D&D Beyond, but it would be like a charisma plus animal handling check, sort of a hybrid roll.
I think it would be more persuasion than animal handling, but I can roll it instead if you want.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that it's. I like the idea that it's persuasion when you're speaking with them using the spell. It's animal handling if you are treating them as an animal.
Yeah, it's trying to
calm
keep
them.
your horse from bolting, trying to keep
Makes sense.
Taunting them with food, or not taunting, but trying to persuade them with food, or an
Mhm.
offering, or using calm movements or whatever. But if you're straight up talking to them, I don't see how it's not persuasion. I've seen it argued that it can be a charisma-based animal handling check as well. For the sake of keeping it easy, if you're happy with persuasion, let's do it. The wolf stops snarling at you and maybe And it looks at the other two. Barks. And the other two perk up and come forward to the extent of what the chains will let them do. And the wolf in front, wolf 2 here, bows its head towards you as if to beckon you forward.
Okay, as she moves forward, she'll move forward 5 feet, and she'll say, I have friends with me. Don't be alarmed. And as she goes to move forward, she'll beckon Deebs and the group, come.
Alright. I'll move up.
Yeah, feel free to actually move your tokens wherever you want to put them. I will uncover the map as you do.
Scribble's gonna hang in the back. Oh, there we go.
I'm gonna
Done.
turn into like childlike wonder with like the doggos.
Deeps, make a perception check. I'm assuming you're having a look around as you enter.
You moved right up and into the cave in the middle of them?
Yeah, like in that childlike, like oh puppies.
I will ask you to make an animal handling check. You can make it with advantage, given that Lunalia's announced your approach.
You said animal handling.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you want to cast Speak with Animals as well.
No, that's fine. Let's see if this works.
Blow those spell slots, buddy. Oh! With
Ooh.
advantage, 21. Solmia walks right past you, Lunalia, and right through the wolves and stands between them, hands at her sides, and 2 of the wolves turn and just absent-mindedly sniff at her and just regard her as no threat. The third wolf is still staring at you, its head bowed, but its eyes up.
My lights.
I'm gonna pet the doggies.
And they're chained, like, do they have, is it around their neck, their legs?
Yes, they are chained with heavy rusted iron chains that are pinned to the stone.
Oh, I guess since I'm there, I could start working on the locks.
Yeah, the chains are bolted shut around their necks and pinned into the stone walls with an iron rod. Each one of them is pinned with an iron rod that looks like it would require a fair amount of effort to pull out. Deeds. Second here.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah. No, that was the sound of me rolling a 2. Good for you. Let's do a heal. You see off in the distance, deep in the darkness and high up as the stream ascends upstream, there's a rickety bridge from a higher passage that crosses this tunnel. And there is a goblin sort of absent-mindedly sitting atop that bridge, his legs dangling. He has not seen you.
Alright. I'll motion to the group. Well, I'll just kind of... I'll say, I see a goblin up ahead on a bridge. Careful.
My light source left me.
And I'm going to move right here.
Can you hold my hand?
Lunalia's going to come out and get Noro. Say, we're going to need your assistance in freeing the wolves.
Wolves? Alright.
So yeah, she'll move in with Solmia and bring Nora with her. She'll
When
say to the first wolf, "Don't be alarmed. We're trying to free you."
When I see Noro being like led in the darkness, I'll say, "Sorry, I got a thing about wolves."
So Nora, as you're led into the room, the light from Solmia's flame lights the space around you, and you see these three large, shaggy-looking wolves. They look underfed. All three of them look at you and growl as you come in. But they seem to be regarding Solmia as almost a friend, and one of them has let Lunalia walk right up to it. You can see that they're chained with heavy iron chains that are all rusted. They're staked in with iron rods into the walls, with only about 10 feet of length between the wall and the wolf. And there's a large crude bolt that's been hammered through the chain around their neck. You get the feeling you could probably, given some effort, work the iron rods loose from the walls, or perhaps with, if you have the right tools, remove that bolt.
I have smith tools.
Oh,
Well, there you
snap.
I'm going to ask you to make a animal handling check with advantage.
I will give him guidance.
Yeah.
There you go. How do you do that?
I'll put one hand down on the wolf's head and say he's here to help. And she'll put her other hand on Noro as he leans down towards the wolf and just touch him on the shoulder.
All right. So, Noro, you get there you go, a D4 to your rolls. I think you can actually click the D4 in the description there to roll it.
I think so.
Add that to your skill check. And that's a one-time thing. So go ahead and roll animal handling and add that 2 to it. Roll your animal handling with advantage and add the 2 to it.
What are the odds?
Oh, that's rough. The wolf pulls away from you as you lean down towards it, pulling tools out of your pack, and doesn't seem to want to let you touch it. Solmia, as you're watching all of this, you become aware of a passageway behind you. There's a fissure in the wall behind you that climbs steeply at an angle, rubble from it strewn about the floor. Through it, you can hear the sound of water, louder than actually the stream out there, with a distinct echo to it, like the sound of a subterranean waterfall. It looks like it rises about 30 feet up and sort of upright. Lunalia and Noro, what are you doing? This wolf is getting more and more agitated.
Um,
Am I able to participate in the wolf that's
Yes.
like feeling hesitant?
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's like when I see Noro kind of disturb the wolf, I'm gonna try to calm it.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll a animal handling?
No, you can use a roll from before. Noro, go ahead and give it another shot with advantage. Oh my god! Make it up for those natural 20s earlier.
Dang.
It takes you some time. Deebs, standing in the doorway to this room, you start getting nervous about the goblin up there, as the flicker of light from behind you, lighting the room, reflects off the sheen of the water in front of you. You worry that he might eventually see you. Nor the wolf eventually lets you handle the chain. You spend some time just slowly waiting and then moving very slowly, and he lets you handle the chain and work on the bolt. With your smith's hammer and a chisel, you take a swing and ping! The hammer strikes the chisel, and the chisel breaks the rusted bolt, and the wolf is free. It immediately recoils back against the wall and away from you, and then shakes itself off as the chain slides to the floor in a heap, and looks at the other two, and then looks back at you. And it stalks out towards the door in here and looks back.
So Lunalia will say to it, "We will free your friends. And you're free to go. Or take out some goblins on your way."
What does Lunalia look like when she's speaking to animals? Is she speaking like a wolf? How does that sound? What does it look like to us?
Yeah, Lunalia, how do you imagine you would look?
She wouldn't look any different, but she would be talking like a wolf talks. In a series of yips and...
That's so funny.
I picture the episode where the dog was trying to understand Homer Simpson talk.
Oh, right.
It's a really old episode, but
Santa's little helper.
yeah.
Nice.
I'm looking at Lunalia like, what the? But I'm keeping.
There is a decent sized wolf right next to you.
Big as
And
him.
it's ignoring you entirely and looking back towards brothers. Noro, you free the other two, and they very quickly trot out and exit, and off they go. But the first wolf stays, and Lunalia, you see it's watching you.
Badass.
Nice.
Ooh.
So, what do you guys want to do from here? Deebs, you're aware of that goblin lookout on the bridge. You're also aware of what looks like a tunnel here that's filled with loose rubble, as well as a chimney here that someone small could climb up through, that is also bottomed with loose rubble.
Ooh, that's got Scribble's name.
Hmm.
A little scribble scrabble.
Scribble's been quiet.
I'm just watching.
Yeah, I'm continuing to just keep an eye on that goblin and what's the plan?
So, Poker, I was the first one to notice that the pathing. So then I'll like kind of motion Deebs over, and then like Scribbles. So are you at a point where you can't see inside the cave, or like I'm sorry, the part that where Noro?
I think I should be at the entrance.
Okay, so then I'll kind of like wave you guys over, and point that there's like that path thing.
Can you see into that hole?
Sorry, I missed that. two people talking.
Can we see like farther into the hole that Psalm can see?
Yeah, so as you look up into the hole, it looks like a natural chimney. It's a narrow fissure that climbs about 30 feet up, and it's really hard to tell what's beyond it, but it does seem to open up into somewhere. At the base of it, there is, as you look, it's mostly bits of stone and shale that have fallen down through this chimney, but there is a bit of trash, some old bones, decaying bits of meat, and surprisingly, a bit of excrement, sort of all mixed together here at the base of this chimney. Looks like it might be somebody's. You throw scraps to the dogs through here or whatnot.
Garbage
Skittle,
chute.
You get a feeling that you could perhaps climb up it slowly, and if nothing else, at least get a look at the room on the other side.
Has Deebs mentioned to us that there's a goblin farther in that he's seen?
Yes.
Yeah, multiple
Okay.
times.
Yeah,
I just wasn't sure. I was so focused on the damn wolves.
On
so
the doggos.
the produce flame spell does throw dim light another 10 feet as well. So, there is a bit of dim light all the way out to here.
So
Deebs, you're getting a little nervous that the goblin's eventually going to see you guys.
You want to tell me? Should I
Put
it
out the
Deep?
light! Put out the damn light!
I'll say
I-
sorry, bruh, and then I extinguish it.
my eyes. Okay, look. So the wolf said earlier that they weren't receiving, like they get fed very little. It's also used as trash, so it's not commonly used. So it might be worth sneaking up, maybe, at least to have a peek. I don't know. What do you guys think? I can't see anyways.
You should tell your bro Scribbles to go up there.
Gonna roll nat 20s on water.
You rolled your 20s when it counted.
This is true.
Is anybody going up to have a look, or
Come on,
Like it-
Birdman.
it's plainly obvious that the party is not going to be able to slip through there into the room beyond, but somebody could have a look if they wanted, or you guys can move on.
No, I'm not going in there.
Lunalia will move up and have a look.
Get them sideways eyes working.
Is she gonna be on her hands and knees, or?
Oh, no, this is like a chimney.
It's a
that descends
chimney, goes up.
upwards.
It's like a poop chute.
right.
So she's gonna move to the side of it and have a look up.
Yeah, it's as I described. I mean, the only thing you're going to be able to do is if you climb up it, you might be able to see something beyond it.
Is there enough room for me to climb up?
There is. You can attempt to ascend it by making a athletics check. It doesn't look particularly difficult to climb it.
Do it.
All right.
Go up the poop chute.
It would be at an easy difficulty level.
Lunalia's our official scout.
Okay. I
She-
will move up. What do you need me to roll?
Athletics check.
Oh,
Remember, she's the one that couldn't walk down a tiny hill.
true.
I can't find
Nice.
purchase as I climb. My hands are wet.
God.
Hey.
Yeah, so you manage to climb up it very slowly, carefully, but it narrows and it becomes easier the higher you climb. It's very irregular, so you find hand and footholds. And as you reach the top, nearly 30 feet, there is an opening that's just wide enough for you to get your face close to and have a look through at the room beyond.
Okay.
Your view is somewhat obscured by stalactites.
I was gonna say, don't say by a bugbear ass. Oh, he's on the shitter.
Oh man. It's an auto-tuned butthole.
Oh, I guess I should be marking my spells off.
Oh,
Got them elites.
And what you see as you look through is another wolf larger than the other two, or than the other three, and a creature that looks a little something like this.
Nice.
Bugbear.
He's tall, Noro size, actually, wearing loose bits of hide armor with rough iron spikes poking through it. He has a large club leaned up against the wall, not in his hand. And you can see he's speaking with another goblin in the room. That's about all you see. The view is at least partially obstructed by... here, I'll reveal a bit more of that.
It's like looking through a keyhole into another room.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a couple of stalactites here that block your view.
Okay. She's going to quietly make her way back down,
Okay.
and she will quietly explain to the group. She's going to move back over to Deebs and explain exactly what she saw. It looks like the bugbear that we were told about is in that room with a much larger wolf and at least one other goblin. I couldn't see more than that. There's no
There
way
it
to
is.
move through that crack. It's nowhere near big enough.
I imagine I'd make quite a bit of noise.
Even your small feathered friend would not fit through there.
Then it looks like our own... it looks like our only option is to head up deeper into the cavern.
I could likely get their attention through the crack.
We should see if there's any other small rooms like this one where the wolves were. I'd hate to be jumped as we make our way around the bend.
They're not alarmed though right now. Right?
No, they were just sitting in that room. He
Yeah,
looked like he was speaking to a goblin.
It was clear to you that they were relaxed, definitely not on guard.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a fire pit there with just a few coals burning in it. They seem to be casually conversing. Even the wolf didn't look like it was on any sort of alert.
Was that wolf chained, did I notice?
It was not.
Okay.
Um,
She is going to move into the river and just do some rudimentary cleaning.
Poker, can you take the bugbear picture off?
You
Press
can
just
actually
click.
by
You can just click it.
clicking anywhere.
Click on the
Oh.
screen, Deep.
Thanks. How do you guys want to handle this? He's on a bridge overlooking the stream.
Is the goblin facing our direction, Poker? Or is he facing the other direction with his feet hanging out?
He is facing your direction. He does not seem to be paying much attention at all. You hear just a faint bit of some very horrible off-key humming. Seems to be humming to himself, kicking his feet as they dangle over the edge of the bridge.
Oh man, I don't want to kill this guy.
I'm gonna
I mean,
Talk
they're not
to-
cute. They do look like
His music is just as good as Lunalia's.
Actually, here. Yeah, 8 better.
I'm gonna look at Scribbles and I'm gonna like ask him if he can do an impression of Wheeze to try to distract that that goblin up there.
Can I go outside, pick up that steak, and hold it in front of me like a scarecrow, as if it's somebody?
Like a puppet goblin?
Yeah. And then Scribble's like talking.
I love it.
Oh, genius.
I can only mimic, right? I can't like make up things in a voice.
Correct.
He can mimic what he can remember.
Yeah, you get some dialogue from him. You could, like you
You
don't
totally
have to,
string words, sentences together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could just say random shit that he said and hope that it's enough.
But like, isn't it even where he can move words in whatever order he wants?
No, they can't do that.
Really?
No,
Okay.
they only mimic.
I think I can like I can't use just okay. He said the, so I can't throw the anywhere in there.
Gotcha. Dude, I love the puppet idea.
I mean, I'm big enough to do it.
Hide in the cave, stick the goblin on a stick out at an angle.
Totally. I
Yeah,
can see
like-
it perfectly.
like- Yeah, call him call for help, like type of deal. Like, I just need you to come help me with something, but don't like sound the alarm type of help.
Deebs, you would also know from your perception check that there is a what looks like a steep tunnel that heads up this way with a fair amount of rubble at its base.
Okay. I'm just concerned we can't get up there without alerting that goblin.
Well, let's lure him to us.
Yeah, let's try your plan.
Absolutely.
Let's try your plan.
All right, now I need some light, or somebody hold my hand.
There's enough light. It's daylight outside, right? It's late morning. There's enough light in from the entrance, Nora, that you can see in, about to here or so. It
No,
just
I'm
gets
go-
very dark
I'm
past that.
Oh, okay. I was just going that you said I was blind. So I guess I would want to stand about here with him, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And just be like, "Come quick!" I don't know. I don't know what we want to get Scribble to say, but whatever we can to get him to come down here. But we don't want it to be an alarm.
Yeah, there had to have been some phrases he could use, right?
Well, you guys also observe them speaking to each other in a different tongue, in their own language. So you're not certain how effective it would be to use the common tongue, or let's say how suspicious it would be if you use the common tongue.
Oh, duh.
That's right. Yeah. So
At the same time, even if you just get him to yell his voice in his voice, or yell his name in his voice, that might be enough.
I was gonna ask Poker. I know you said mimic people say, but he can do sound as well?
Yes.
So he can sound like Wheeze and say something like Wheeze. Okay.
No, I can only say exactly what Wheeze had said, pretty much.
Yeah, but you can say it in his voice.
Yeah, he'll sound like Wheeze.
Yeah.
But,
Right, yeah.
Like, Kenku can also imitate sounds, as far as I know. Like, he can make the swoosh of a sword sound. He could make you know what I mean? Anything he's heard, he can mimic, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's no actual running water. He's making all of that right now.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's our FX guy.
All right, Scribble. What could you think of that doesn't scream, sound the alarm, intruders are here, but you just need his help? I'm holding the dead body up.
So, what instrument was he playing?
He was humming.
He's humming.
Yeah, he's
he
just,
was just
humming
humming.
to himself. Yeah.
So then, can I mimic the horrible playing from the lute that Lunalia was playing?
Yeah.
And then trying to remember what Wheeze had said that wasn't like, because I didn't write down every single thing.
Oh, what kind of phrase are you looking for? I can
Just something like maybe he was in conversation with another goblin.
Oh, all right, yeah, like you want to try and recall some of the goblin tongue that you heard.
Yeah, like so playing the instrument and then trying to act like he was making fun of the someone that they had found.
Yeah, you wouldn't have heard a lot. You would have heard him shout a phrase or two at the goblin near him when Solm had them stand down. And he would have possibly mumbled some things after that in his own tongue when you were all around him. You could choose one of those things.
All right, I'll give that a shot, I guess.
Okay. So Noro, with the dead goblin on the stake like a puppet in front of you. I'm assuming you're sort of hunched down with it,
Yes.
trying to hide behind it as best you can. Scribble, go ahead and make a. Oh boy, this should be fun.
Because I'm taking advantage of, like you were mentioning, like light kind of disturbs it, so I don't want to get too close in where he can see with dark vision. Because goblins can see dark vision, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm kind of like on that edge where light would be enough to disturb, and he can kind of make out at least the fact that it's a goblin on the other end.
All right. Scribble, go ahead and make a deception check with advantage. This is too good to not give you advantage.
Nice.
Yeah.
Noro, as you sort of try and wave some life into your meat puppet, that's a phrase I thought I'd never say. Scribble shouts something, and you all hear it very surprisingly. It sounds very much like a goblin shouting at another. While you can't make it out, there is some intonation there that's quite spot on. The goblin on the bridge perks up and looks down and shouts something back at you guys. And disappears out of view. Hops up and runs across the bridge into the beyond there.
Uh-oh.
Does he go left or right?
Our right. Yeah, our right.
You're right.
Oh.
Let's move up into that left. See what's there up in the left.
Cubby hole there? Okay.
Yeah.
It's closest. You're right. Oh. Okay, I'm going to go, I guess, put the body back.
Just leave it there.
Just drop it.
Yeah, drop it in the
Alright.
stream.
You're not getting points for cleanliness.
I was trying to leave things normal. Right.
So as soon as that goblin heads out, Poker,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna head up to here.
Okay, I'm gonna have you guys roll initiative again.
Oh shit.
I was gonna use your previous initiative, but here, let me just yeah, there we go. Yeah, get your rolls in. Some of your previous initiative rolls were pretty shit, so if you wanted to roll again, it's been enough time that we could.
Oof.
Wow.
Yee.
He is
I
right.
feel like I wasted that roll.
It's all right, Hummer. We can let everyone else play.
So the reason I'm tracking this is you don't know where he went or if he's coming down here or whatnot. So I do want to track movement. So Deebs, actually everybody starting in this initiative order, what are you doing and where are you moving? Or you can all move at the same time or whatever, but you get one full movement before something maybe happens.
I'm sorry, which way did the goblin go off the bridge? To the left or the right?
To the
To
right.
the right, okay.
Do you want me to move back, Poker? Since I'm later in initiative.
Yeah, you guys can all move at the same time. I want to limit it to one full movement before something potentially happens, and if nothing happens, then we do another full movement. So everybody can move their full movement to wherever they want to go.
That's 30 feet or 60 feet?
30 feet, 60 feet if you run. If you use your action to also move.
Lunalia's going to move up and past Noro, but on her way past, she's going to pick up his hand and put it on her shoulder as she moves forward.
Okay.
Where does our best boy fall in the turn order?
The wolf?
Yeah, is he like Lunalia's familiar, or is he kind of like doing his own thing?
No, he's doing his own thing.
No,
Okay.
Doug. He does his own thing.
No, he's not a dog, he's a wolf.
No, I get to play him. Yay, I get to be in
Ooh.
the party.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will move leading Noro.
Okay, so go ahead and lead him to wherever you want. Noro, you feel, at this, there's still light from the entrance. You see her grab your hand and put it on her shoulder.
Thank you.
And I will move up beside Deebs into the water.
Okay. Deebs, go ahead and finish your movement, as you're the one who had a intent to go somewhere.
I mean, I'm just gonna move like to right there, just to glance down this.
Little offshoot there.
Okay. Everybody else, go ahead and finish your. What?
Just to let everyone know, I know you're hearing a lot of sirens. We don't
Yep.
live in a horrible part of town. We live on a main route for the ambulance.
Oh man, I've done that before. We lived right across the street was a hospital.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
That sucked.
So Deebs, as you look up the passage there, you can see it's choked with rubble and has steep escarpments. It would be classified as difficult terrain, which means you would be moving slower as you climbed it. And it does seem to lead up and sort of out of view, but at the top, about here, you can see it leads into a tunnel of sorts. You think that possibly might be connected to that bridge, that overpass.
Yeah.
And it goes up towards that.
It goes up.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a bit of a platform here, and then it goes up another level to what you think is another tunnel. You can sort of see like the ceiling of another tunnel there that
Okay.
falls away out of view.
How high up is that bridge in relation to us?
It's about 20 feet above the stream bed.
Okay.
I mean, might be in Kenku tossing distance. Not sure.
I think
That
we should.
flappy bird.
I think we should go down that passageway right there.
Oh.
The one to the left?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know what he went to go do, right?
Right.
So we don't even know what he said.
Yeah, I mean, even if we all just moved into there, although if we then got caught, we'd be boned, but...
We also
Nora,
don't know
what-
what I said.
Nora, what did you do with the puppet? Did you just leave it there at the entrance, or
Yeah, Scribble's stepping on it right now.
okay? The wolf is still hanging around by the entrance. He doesn't seem to have gone very far. The druids would probably know that wolves can't see in the dark.
Mhm.
Is that everybody's full movement? Like you're just moving up to there and stopping?
Lunalia would say to Deebs, I think investigating to the left is a good idea.
Aye. Let's do it.
So she's gonna move up into the tunnel, and she'll tug Noro behind her.
Oof.
I'm gonna say to Lunalia, your wolf can't see.
He's not my wolf.
Oh.
I asked him if he'd like to come with us, but his decision is his own. Wolves
Well,
are smart enough to know
Just
where
saying
they
he,
can go.
he can't see.
Well, he'll eat anything coming up behind us then.
I really
Oh.
wish this was at higher levels, because I can just imagine somebody strapping dark vision goggles onto this thing.
That's
Onto
actually,
the wolf? Yeah.
that's
Here
actually
you
what
go,
I was
boy.
thinking.
Here, pupper. So yeah, Lunalia will move in this way.
Okay, at the end of the first round, that is about as far as you can get. You can begin climbing up into it, and you move at half of your movement speed. So you can move roughly 3 squares as you go. And the footing is somewhat precarious. Deeps, you're the furthest up. Somia, you could as well. Go ahead and make perception checks if you'd like. And at this point, I'm assuming you guys aren't really moving stealthily now that you've made a bit
Right.
of a ruckus, right? You're moving
Well, yeah.
more quickly.
It's hard to move stealthily when you're kitty walking a Goliath.
Right.
Yeah, that. Given that, are you still leading him, or did you leave him?
No,
at the-
I'm still leading him.
up this steep incline.
I will move up the incline.
Mhm.
I'll, pat him on the shoulder, like, stay right here. And when she gets up a little bit, she will reach down and tell him to put up his hand. To show him where the ledge is. He's strong enough that he'd be able to climb in the dark with
Yeah.
some assistance.
Goliath climbing is our thing.
Deebs, you hear off in the distance goblin voices from further up. It's a little hard to hear them over the sound of the rushing water from beyond, but you definitely hear them moving your direction. They are no more than a turn or two away. As we begin our second round. Again, is everybody just moving? If we're just moving, you can all do it at the same time. Lunalia, you're climbing. Give me just a second here.
Oh, you said we had one more turn, right?
1 to 2 more turns, yeah.
Before you say anything, Norl,
Mhm.
I'm gonna cast produce flame because I'm just like I don't want the wolf to not be able to see. So and then Noro, based on that, now you have a little bit more autonomy, I guess, where you
Okay.
can move.
All I
threw
wanted
that up
to,
to 20 feet, just because that's the extent of the dim light it produces. And I mean, for anything other than a visual-based perception check, it's good enough to see to fight.
Right.
okay. Well, I was thinking we don't know what the goblin actually did, so I wouldn't want to leave the body like slumped over, but I would like to put the stake up, but facing towards them.
Mm.
Just in case, like what if they came and they want to go help? Maybe
Good idea.
Maybe he just wanted to get help, but then we can still maybe get the element of surprise on them if they come down. If I leave it all slumped, then I don't know. Maybe they'll think, okay, intruders are here. I don't know. It's just
That's a great idea, Noro.
I'm asking Scribble. I don't know. Can Scribble prop that guy up, or do I need to go over there and do it?
I should be able to do it.
Scribble should be able to do it.
Yeah, goblins aren't.
Strength 8.
huge.
But he
Yeah.
doesn't have hands.
Yes, he does.
He does. He doesn't have wings. Feel free to point out repeatedly the fact that he doesn't have wings. I'm sure he'll love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Scribble, you could try making a strength check to try and prop it. And again, we're talking about just propping it up in place, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It doesn't budge. If anything, the fact that it's laying face down in the stream makes it even harder to get purchase on.
Isn't it just a head with a stick on it?
No, it's a body. It's been like bashed up.
It's a body
Oh,
that's
okay.
been, brutalized and disemboweled and planted on a stake.
I thought it was just a head with a stick
Oh,
on it.
oh no, the stake runs all the way through it. It's pretty gross.
Oh, I'm not touching that then.
I'm gonna go ahead and just jump through the initiative order. So Somia, you cast Produce Flame. Lunalia, you're gonna climb.
Well, I mean, I want to move as well.
Okay, yeah.
I was
Go for it.
more so just saying, like, I cast that so that Nora was able to see and then the wolf could see too.
Go ahead and move to wherever you want to move to.
Okay. So you guys are trying to go up to the left?
Mhm.
I'm gonna go like right about here.
Oh, and like get under the bridge.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I would imagine like where you're standing now, like
Yeah.
you have that light from outside, and then you can see the edges of mine.
Mhm.
All right, that's your turn.
Werewolf.
Lunalia, go ahead and continue moving. And as you move right there, I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Ah, shit balls.
Ariel's gonna fall.
The pro.
Prone.
Come on,
Sorry,
which feet?
it's a dexterity save.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, that's not terrible. As you set foot on the ledge in between these two escarpments, it suddenly begins to shift, and the ledge itself crumbles, sending you tumbling down back to here. You manage to just barely break your fall and roll, coming back on one knee. Not prone. However,
Superhero pose.
you do take 4 bludgeoning damage halved, so you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall.
Wow, it's a good thing it's dark and nobody can see. Wait a minute.
Oh, I can see.
And as you turn around to look up the passageway, it now looks like you would have to climb as you did in that chimney. Footing has fallen away from the middle of the passage.
She's going to wait until Noro gets back up here.
Okay.
She doesn't want to
Anything-
move too far away from the group.
Anything else for you, or
No.
Poor Linalia, so clumsy.
Oh yeah, her dex is not that great.
Poker, I guess. Well, I guess is can I go there, plop up the stake, and then go back to where Linalia is? Possible.
no, you've got 30 feet of movement. You can.
I go over there. I help scribble, put the body up,
Okay, and then you move back
and then I move back.
right back to the edge of the light. Okay, so that's the two of you. Deeps, last but not least. Sorry, the wolf moved up to next to Solmia as well.
Yes.
Samia! There's goblins coming!
Oh Jesus.
From your direction!
Did you really just yell that?
Please
Fucking
no.
dwarf.
You don't look like you're
As he
stealthy!
does.
I need to AFK here. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Hot Pocket's ready.
Hot pocket.
It's gotta beat
I
some
mean-
kids.
No, but Deebs, you're like you're anxious that I'm going where I'm going.
Yeah,
But did you seriously yell that at her?
I mean, I'm speaking to her. I'm gonna move
Oh,
on.
Deebs, it's fun. You're hilarious.
This might actually turn out like last night's run.
I'm gonna move up to here.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. No shit, right?
Taking cover behind the wolf.
Yep.
That's your turn. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and some initiative here for these boyos because
Because they clearly know we're coming now.
Yeah. Deebs screaming.
and then we will sort this and put the combat round at the top. And there we go. So, as this happens, Solmia, you're up first. You can hear footsteps from just around the corner. And if you peek out, you can see the first of perhaps multiple goblins coming around. I'm just going to do a little reveal here. You see at least one heading your way. Now you can hold your action or hold a spell, or you can do something right now. It's up to you.
I'm going to cast Dancing Lights, and then I'm gonna create the shape of like that same kind of ethereal purple of So it says like a medium size. Here, let me show the spell. It says you can also combine the four lights into one glowing, vaguely humanoid form of medium size. Like, how big is a medium size?
We
considered?
are medium size. From
Okay.
Scribble to Noro is medium size.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes a 5x5 square. Sorry, it takes 1 5-foot square. It's up to 7 or 8 feet tall.
Got it. So then I'm just gonna make like as big of a purple spider as I can. With that.
It has to be
that
humanoid.
purple glow.
Yeah, it's humanoid.
Oh, humanoid.
Two-legged spider.
Wow.
That's awesome. Shit. Sorry.
And go ahead and you can place that wherever you want.
I guess it would just be. I'll make like a purple bugbear.
Ooh.
I don't know if you can make it definite. Like, it looks kind of like shaped like a being. I don't know that anybody would be able to tell if it was, human, dwarf, whatever.
Glowing, vaguely humanoid form. See, I guess I would think of it more as it's just kind of like it's not solid, but like you can tell what it is though.
A ghost.
Or are you reading it as like humanoid form? Like that's literally what it does. It's not like
yeah,
I can
it's
craft
a,
it into something.
It's a vaguely humanoid shape. It's not going to be,
Yeah. Okay.
It has arms and legs.
I will just do.
I wish I
that
could
one.
show you the mini for it, but actually, you know what? Maybe I can.
You're stifling my creativity.
Oh, it's not. Let me drag it right onto the screen, is it? Bitch. Make me save this. It's gonna make me save it. Okay, here. A second, and I.
Oh, that's badass. Yeah, that works for me.
Do you see that?
I was actually looking at what Dark posted, but yeah, I mean, it looks.
That's
looks like
how I
stuff
have them
thing.
pictured.
Yeah, I totally want to go with like Dark's image there, if that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, what I just linked in and what I've pasted in to the map is the official D&D mini for the Dancing Light spell.
Gotcha.
Well, it looks like it's the same sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay. No, but that's thank you for showing that though. That helps me for the future.
Oh. We actually see that goblin coming down the steps?
Somia and the wolf do.
Oh boy, so they're
Oh,
coming.
and Solm, go ahead and place that Dancing Lights wherever you want it. But I assigned it to you.
Do I have to have like full line of sight where it goes?
What are you asking if you can put it like back here?
Oh no, nothing like that. But like just like kind of right in front of the goblin.
Yeah,
'Cause it's-
yeah,
I
you can drop it there.
a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, I mean you're literally just peeking around the corner to drop it there. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's my turn.
All right. This is going to be get them stacked up here. You hear footfalls on the rickety boards above you as a goblin runs out. He has a short bow in his hands. Deebs, you look up and you see him about 20 feet above you. And Noro, you see him as well from Solmia's light from below, as well as dancing lights off in the distance. It silhouettes him on the bridge up there. And he shouts something in their language. And takes a shot at Noro.
Dog it.
3 and a 5. So much for advantage. A short, thick arrow shaft skitters across the wall next to you, Noro, as he shoots wide.
I was getting a flashback of that arrow from last session.
Solm and Deebs, you hear a splash as a goblin jumps into the water and wades up next to the dancing lights. And the two of them seem somewhat confused by it. But the one in the water points at you and the wolf and Deebs at a distance behind you and shouts. That is, however, their turns.
Rip City.
The wolf steps back a bit and gets down low. You can hear him growling. Lunalia?
I can't see any of this, but I can hear movement, I'm assuming.
Correct. You might have heard the arrow clatter off the stone next to Noro.
She is going to whisper yell at Noro. Let's come around from the side. And then she'll move to climb up.
Okay, go ahead and make a athletics check to climb.
Please don't fall, prone.
Hey!
Oh, there you go.
Natural 20.
Damn!
Like a fucking ballerina.
Parkour!
You are able to make it.
Parkour!
You're able to make it just barely to the top of the. How are you cresting
Jesus.
the cusp of the? Yeah, getting my Matt Mercer words out there. How are you ascending? And what do you do when you get to the top?
She will. She doesn't want to go too far. She doesn't want to get up to that far. She needs to help. Noro knows where the ledge is now, and I'm hoping enough light will bleed in that he can get up that first ledge on his own if he chooses to move this way. But
The first ledge no longer exists. It's crumbled away, and you're basically climbing up.
Ah, okay.
And it is pitch black.
Yeah,
You would not be able
she
to-
doesn't want to move that far away from Noro in case he needs a hand up.
So, So tell me how far you're climbing up.
She would only climb just to the edge of where the light can reach.
The light.
So it is
This
pitch
is-
black
this is
the
the edge,
whole way. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It is pitch black. This is the edge of the
Then
light
she
here.
won't move unless she knows Nora will move with her.
Okay. So you're not doing anything then?
Yep, she'll say to Noro, come with me, and she'll move on his turn.
Okay, fair enough. Scribble.
He's practically sunbathing over there.
You would definitely see the goblin on top of the bridge, short bow in his hand. He's drawing another arrow.
Here we go.
So, Ray of Frost, so it goes 60 feet. Do I have to consider that 20 feet up?
Meh. It's actually a little bit more than 20 feet up because the tunnel rises upward as well. It's not a big deal. He's within range. He's well within range.
Okay, then I'll cast that at him.
Okay.
Nice.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Fucking reliable.
Double ones on the crit though. So the good news is with the way we roll it, that crit damage would actually be an extra 8, which is enough to kill him.
Baller.
And that's why we do max dice for crits.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah,
That
because
would
a crit that's a
suck.
1 sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
It's-
feels
that-
bad.
It's kind of funny.
it's not even a crit. Like,
You know,
you can't even
so-
call it a crit.
So you rolled a 1 on the damage, but because it's a crit, it's a total of 9, which is 1 point above the very highest you could roll on normal damage, and that's the whole point of it. It's I feel like that method's gaining in popularity. A crit should always feel good. You should never
Yeah,
feel
for
bad
sure.
about it.
Yeah, that makes it.
Unless you're on the receiving end.
Yeah, about that.
It's the same thing with rolling hit dice when you level up. You don't do it very often, and you should never feel bad about it. Reroll if you roll low. Again, as we've seen now a couple of times, the lance of frost shoots out from Scribble's outstretched hand and pierces into the goblin. Its body suddenly rhyming with thick ice that shatters as the goblin drops to the ground.
Nice.
Loot.
Nice job, dude.
Anything else, or is that it for you?
No, that's it for me.
Noro, Linalia's just beckoned you.
Yes. So I'll go with Analia, but before I go, I'm telling Scribble, like, thanks, because
That-
technically he killed the guy who shot me, at me.
I stopped short because my two options were into the hole or up the shaft, and neither one felt right to say, but there you go. She beckons you into the hole and up the shaft.
I follow.
Spicy.
I follow.
All right, so moving on his turn, the two of you move together. You can, Linelia, you can use your roll from before. Noro, you need to roll athletics check to climb.
Don't Goliaths have a good climb?
Oh, yes.
Don't roll a potato.
Potato.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, do you get anything, any racial traits for... no, I guess you don't.
I think it's just a climb speed they get, though, isn't it?
They don't suffer penalties for high altitudes or cold climates.
That is correct. Mountain born, and I think that's it. No, but
Okay.
we're natural athletes, so we're proficient in
Right.
athletics.
So
she
Linelia,
would
you
she would at
you
that
can
point
move up
just-
there, yeah.
she would take his hand to go.
And you guys could get up to basically the where this tunnel joins the other tunnel and have a peek over. You should both roll stealth checks if you are moving quietly. Otherwise, let me know.
I would.
Like I'm helping her up to look over the ledge quietly.
Well,
Yeah.
like the two of you, get
Okay,
close
okay.
enough where one of you can peek over.
Okay.
But I need you to tell me if you're moving quietly or if you're.
Yeah, quietly.
Yes, I agree.
So go ahead and make a
This
stealth
stuff.
check.
Hang on.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh no!
Oh boy. I don't think goblins can roll lower than that. But let's see.
Yikes.
Natural 20.
Oh no. We're in trouble, and I can't see.
Which one of you is peering over the edge, or are you both?
Well, I'm sort of getting Noro to help boost me up,
Okay.
and I imagine that that's where the shit rolls have come from. No,
Yeah.
boost me. No, just put your hands and I'll step. Just hold them down and I'll step.
I'm gonna move you here. If you ever want to move and not snap to the grid, if you hold down Alt before you let go of the mouse, you can actually move off the grid.
Okay.
Same goes for resizing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, like, stick to the grid, but, if there's something like this where, putting her right at the mouth of that tunnel,
Right.
it's a little grid, like I just put her there. Linelia, you see, and of course, since you'd look because Nora can't see anything, you see the following.
Oh
see
hell!
At least 4 goblins,
Oh, my.
from what
Oh,
you
my.
can see in this space. And 3 of them turn and look. One of them turns immediately, looks at you and shouts, and the other 2 look at you as well.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, we just added.
You guys got this.
That's true. I haven't raged yet.
That was Deebs and King's Rest last night.
So I'm just adding these 3, and I'm gonna resort and move these to the top and put us back to at Noro on his turn. And that's it for you guys, right?
Yeah, literally.
Um,
You can res at level 1, right?
Mm-hmm. Don't you worry.
Speaking of which, Deebs, you're up.
All
The goblin on the
right.
bridge above you just shattered.
Fuck them up, Deebs.
You clearly see one, and you hear another one coming around the corner.
Can't click on my guy for some reason.
You have to be on that little clicky arrow.
You have to hit the arrow, not the measurement
Oh yeah.
on your tool.
Right in his face, swinging at him.
Alrighty. This is with your warhammer.
Yes, sir.
Rip.
Nice. You swing and in your haste to charge up to him, the warhammer goes over his head as he ducks low and passes through the odd humanoid made of light to his right.
Yeah, I like picture Deebs like being like fascinated with the like purple light too.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can change the color of that.
Dude misses because he's like, oh, what's that?
Can I tint it to purple? Hey, look at that.
There we go.
Eat. Is that it for you, Deebs?
Yep.
Hello, Deebs.
He's wiping the tears from his eyes.
Yeah, hear me?
Now we can.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Goblin 10. I'm not sure if Flanelli is back from AFK yet. Goblin 10.
Oh boy.
She about to get smacked.
I mean, is she hanging on the ledge there, or?
Yeah, she's right up at the edge of the ledge, and what he's going to try and do, you can see he draws a short rusted iron scimitar, but he walks over and tries to kick her. Yep, Lucid's got it.
This is Sparta!
Ooh,
Oh, that's a perfect gif.
ooh.
This is Crackball Hideout.
For Wheeze.
Wow, that's that's a 12. Oh, good.
Yeah.
You're back. A Goblin 10 has walked over and kicked you in the face.
Oh,
Um,
great.
he walked over, drew his short sword, but then Sparta kicked you. He got a 12.
That is my armor class.
Okay. It doesn't do any damage, but he plants his boot and just gives you a hard shove. Actually, you know what? No. That's not a that is totally a sure. Go ahead and roll a athletics or acrobatics.
Okay. I will roll acrobatics.
He's not
It doesn't
kicking you,
matter.
he's planting his boot and trying to shove. It's a grapple. It's
okay.
a push attack. It's a shove.
Oh yeah.
You got this.
Oh yeah.
I highly doubt it.
No. I know you. Oh well, maybe.
That's enough because it's not attack. It's a strength athletics. He actually rolled a 7.
Excellent.
Woohoo!
And I'm just looking up my cheat sheet on push attacks quick here. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. In a million years.
When
Yeah.
I was boosted up and could take a peek, is there light up here?
No.
No?
No, there's not.
Ah, fuck. Okay.
That's surprising.
Shove is the same as a grapple, but you can knock your target prone or push them 5 feet away. Yep. So he comes up and plants his boot on your shoulder and tries to shove you, and you resist, push back, and he staggers back a couple steps.
Okay.
That is his turn. Next goblin. Comes over and tries to shove past him. And just stops there. That is the combat round, Solmia.
So question for you. As far as cast throwing a spell, would Deebs being where he is make a difference? And I'm wondering if I can cast a spell and it not matter if it's where I'm at versus do I need to move up so that Deebs isn't in the line of sight.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm just having a quick look.
Would it depend on the spell?
It would certainly depend on the spell if the spell affects targets in a line. Yeah.
So, for instance, what I would like to do is throw my flame that I have. Because it says,
Throw it over my head.
see, it says you can hurl the flame at a creature. So could I lob it over Deebs, or do I need to?
I'd say you could chuck it past him. I mean, he doesn't take up the full 5 foot square, certainly, although
Okay.
he's stout. You could chuck it past him, and until I dig into this further, let's say he gives the goblin partial cover, which is a +2 to its AC.
Oh, well, screw that. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move
It
up
just
one.
makes him a little harder to hit. Like you could literally, you could
Yeah.
do that and hit him. There you go.
Right, because it's okay. So yeah, I'm gonna throw my produce flames. Let me see if I can figure this out.
So that's a 15 to hit and 5 fire damage.
Yes, sir.
15 just barely hits, and the small ball of flame impacts the goblin's shoulder, and the flames crawl over his tattered hide armor and body, burning him quite badly. He is badly injured, but still standing.
Get fucked.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
The goblin, burned badly but still standing, takes a swing at Deebs. And rolls a 6. For a total of 10. Deebs?
My armor class is 18.
He just laughs it off.
Yeah, he takes a swing at you and doesn't even connect with your shield. Is thrown off balance by everything that's happened and misses you entirely.
Ha!
That's what I was hoping for.
He is going to wade through the water further up to here. That is his turn. The next goblin is dead. And Goblin 3 is going to move up to here and take a swing at Deebs as well. Natural 2. My dice are not on fire tonight. He swings with a rusted short sword at Deebs and misses. There is just a bit of a clang as the sword scrapes across your shield. Lunalia,
Yes.
there are 2 goblins in front of you, and a third one, you saw a shoulder just around the corner. behind them when you first looked in the room. Sorry, and another one that you saw at the corner of your vision over here.
Right. So my head is still up over the lip, though, right? Like I can see into that room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am going to... I am going to aim at Goblin number 9. My ice knife.
All right. That's a 19 to hit. He makes a DC 13 dex save. Fails the dex save.
Oh, thank God.
Woohoo!
And how does that work? Is that that's 4 piercing damage to him, and then 7 cold damage to him, and feel free to... Yeah, thank you. Piercing damage, explodes. Dex saving throw, take 2d6 cold damage at higher levels. Okay, so the other one makes his save. So he does not take the cold damage. The Goblin 9 catches the shard of ice in its throat. It explodes and blows its throat open. Its head lolls back, and it just falls over dead. A rime of ice crawling over its shoulder.
Hell yeah.
The other goblin manages to roll to the side and then hop back to its feet, and is unharmed.
What about the other goblin?
You are correct. The other goblin also makes his dex save.
God damn it!
A 16. Anything else?
Yes. As a bonus action, I will use my druidcraft. I can't. Never mind. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bonus action.
It is
Oh.
not... there is no way that I can also move up, is there?
You can, yes. Yeah, you could climb up to like the edge of the ledge right there.
Okay. That goblin's gonna get an attack of opportunity, though, yeah?
No, because you're not exiting his.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Then
You're not moving away from him. You're moving adjacent to him.
that is what I will do then. I will move up there.
Do you want to move like fully, into the tunnel here, so that you're on firm footing, or do you want to stay close to Noro?
I need to stay close to Noro.
So you're right on the edge there.
Yes.
With Nora behind you. All right. The wolf, on his turn, Solmia, he bounds up and pushes past you on your left and attacks the goblin here.
Hell yeah.
Oh, let's see. Advantage on attack rolls against a creature if at least one of its allies is within 5 feet of the creature. That's a natural 19 to bite. I'm not even going to roll the damage because 2d4 plus 2 will definitely do at least 2 points of damage. He jumps up and tackles the goblin to the ground, biting into its throat. And the goblin falls into the water, which immediately turns deep red before it washes away.
I'm going to say tee-hee, go Wolfie.
I'm very curious where this psalm elf learned how to speak. Or druids must have been surfers.
Yeah, he's speaking druidic, isn't he? She
Bunch of hippies.
dead, and wolf is there.
Wow.
I just like the image of this like moody like half-drow being all excited over a puppy.
Scribble, you are up.
So how, like, is this 15 feet from like me to Hummer? Is the distance here correct?
Yeah.
Okay. How far up is it?
It is a good 25 feet up or so. 25 to 30.
Do I have line of sight on this goblin?
Yes. Yeah, you could get line of sight even from back. Come on. From back here. If you wanted to pop him.
Okay. I'll try to again with Ray of Frost.
So you climb up on the rubble at the base of the tunnel and fire a ray of frost at him. Plus 17 hits.
Very nice.
Boys.
Just barely. I'd say Noro's big enough that he blocks the tunnel well enough that he'd give the goblin a +2, which puts his AC at 17. It hits, doing 6 cold damage. Lunalia, Noro, you feel a sudden jolt of cold as just beneath your left arm, a blinding white glow of ice lances out past you. There's a sudden burst of light as this arcane ice blast hits the goblin up ahead, and everything is suddenly illuminated just for a second. You see Lunalia and you see the goblin. You see the goblin fall to one knee, but stand back up. It's badly injured. Before everything goes dark again.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Anything else, Scribble, or is that it for you?
No, that's it for me.
All right. Goblin 7 is going to move to here through his ally's space, costing him double movement for that. Sorry, let me just reveal a little bit more area here now that Lunalia can see. Nope. Hey, there we go. He's going to attack Lunalia with a very rusted-looking, dull short sword. That is a natural 20.
Damn.
Get that res ready. For reals, though.
Oh.
That's a 2 and a 3 on the d6s. I don't do max dice for opponents because they don't need to feel good about crits. I let the crits be random there. He hits you for a total of 7 points with his rusted short sword,
Ooh.
cutting
Damn.
deeply into your flank.
Okay.
And he is going to, you know what? Actually, he doesn't have any. It's not. That is his turn. Noro. You hear the sound of one of these creatures run past, and then Lunalia cry out as a sword cuts into meat, and then you hear it hit stone at the end of its movement. What are you doing?
What does a blind man do?
I mean, you
This
could.
files an
you could-
ADA claim.
Wow. You could try crawling forward, and pushing past her and doing something in the darkness.
Well, in that brief flash of light when Scribble's bolt went off, would he be able to see enough to grab the edge of the ledge and pull himself up?
Yeah, like he's got his hands on stone, right? He can continue crawling forward, and in that flash, he saw where you were, and he saw where at least one of the goblins was. So, based on that, he could try crawling forward with an athletics check, and then taking a swing at the goblin. Maybe barehanded, maybe grapple it.
Okay, I would like to go up then and try to, if I can, in time of that flash, climb up, estimate where that guy is, and grab. And definitely go for a grapple.
Okay, go ahead. Start with a athletics check to finish the climb.
Yikes.
That's enough. It's barely enough. You make it, and as you get right up to the top of the opening, I imagine, Lunalia, you're not here. I'm just going to move you aside. You're not fully blocking the entrance, right?
No.
You're sort of standing to one side. Noro, you're able to move through her space, but it does cost you double movement. There's not a lot of movement required here. You can get up to that goblin and try and grapple it. It will be a disadvantage because you can't see it, but you can reach for where you knew it was.
All right, so I'm going to attempt to grapple.
Yeah, and that's just another athletics check, and it will contest with a athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
It rolled an 8. You get a hand on a scruff of armor. Manage to grab it.
Yay! What happens next?
Well, that's your turn.
Oh, okay. So I do have.
I mean, you could rage if you wanted to with your bonus action to get it out of the way.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna rage.
So you are raging, and I'm just gonna go ahead and on your D&D Beyond, pop that in there, and I'm gonna add I don't know. Let's put a red dot on you to indicate you're raging. Deebs, you are up.
I'm gonna swing at that goblin with my hammer.
Alrighty.
Fuck him up.
Gonna show this wolf up. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, yes.
That's,
I'm assuming
one-handed.
it's one-handed, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
7 points of damage is its exact hit points.
Nice.
Yeah!
The Warhammer strikes out, and I imagine you probably hit him, upside the head or
Uppercut it.
uppercut it?
Ooh, nice.
The Warhammer connects with its jaw. There's a sickening crack, and its head spins around as its body follows it, and it slumps into the water.
Haha.
Dang, I thought you were from Saloon or whatever. I thought you were nice. So brutal.
Not the goblins.
Not the goblin.
As far as you can tell, there are no other threats around here.
Oh, can I move then?
Absolutely.
Totes.
Wow, so they were coming to actually help the other goblin. I don't know.
Yeah, they might have been. They saw him down there shouting and waving and came running.
I move
But-
into there.
They were obviously careful about it with
Steve's,
one of them going back
I
up.
think that's actually elevated.
Yeah.
You can't. You're under
Oh,
the
you're
bridge.
right.
You can move forward to find
My
a way
bad.
up there if you wanted to.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bend maybe coming up here. Can I just kind of want to peek around?
Yeah, here, let me do a reveal here for you. How are you rounding that corner? Quietly, loudly, deeply?
Well, sorry to interrupt. Wouldn't we already actually have that revealed from where he was before?
Yeah, sorry, you'd have like that.
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna look down this
It's
hall.
up a ways too, right? Like it's up a bunch of steps.
Okay. That's where I'll end.
There you go. You see off in the distance the shoulder and arm of a goblin who is standing by. He looks ready. He has a weapon drawn, but he's
Okay.
waiting.
I'm done.
All right. Noro, the goblin that you have grappled, takes a swing at you. Tries to. Yeah, he's not going to break free. He's just going to swing at you with his weapon. That is a 22 to hit.
My armor class is 25. No, I'm just
Uh-huh.
kidding.
He hits you for 3 points of damage, halved rounding down because you're raging. You take a point of damage.
Ouch.
And because he's grappled, he cannot move. That is his turn. Top of combat, Solmia.
All right. So I'm gonna ask Deeves what he sees, just to get that info. And then, is that goblin that's in there? Does he see Deeves' poker, or Deeves just sees that the goblin's like ready to attack?
Deebs, you notice that goblin notices you. But you're not certain what he's doing yet. You just kind of get a glance at him as you and he steps sort of out of sight. I'm not sure if you communicate that back to Solm or not.
I think he's in the bathroom.
I'm back.
There's another one.
Yeah, there's another one in the distance.
I'm gonna say, should I go in there and attack it? Deeves?
Get it.
Okay. Let's see here. Gotta figure out my movement. I can move 30 feet, right?
Yes.
Alright, so I'm gonna move here. And then does that reveal more of the map?
It sure does. Yeah, something about like that.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and then cast Produce Flame and throw it at that Goblin 11. Weak.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so as an action, when you cast the spell, you can hurl it. Unfortunately, the fireball crashes against the wall next to the goblin harmlessly.
Oh.
But he does seem quite surprised by it, as well as the. I guess you're not producing light anymore yourself, though.
Correct.
I
Yep.
suppose you haven't in a while. Let me just take that off. Oh, there we go.
I guess I should say I also canceled the Dancing Lights cantrip.
And it's gone. Was that concentration, or is that?
I don't think so. That's actually a
I
great
don't think
question.
it is.
No, it's just a cantrip.
I'm just wondering if it takes. Sometimes a spell takes an action to, as a bonus action, you can move them. By the 4 lights. Okay. Oh no, sorry. It is concentration. It is concentration.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I thought they lasted a lot longer than that. I must be thinking of the light spell.
That's my bad, Poker.
Yeah, but if it's concentration, you could just cancel it. Well, is produce flame concentration as well, or?
No, I think that's just like considered a torch while it's in my hand.
Yeah, it's totally not. It's not concentration. So yeah, no, there's you didn't cast any other concentration spells, right? So we're good.
Right. Okay.
That's your turn.
Yep.
Oh boy, a lot of goblins here. Where's Goblin 4? Oh, he's under the wolf and he's dead. Okay, good. Limelia, you're up. Noro is holding on to the goblin to your left, who is badly injured.
But he can't
with
see
one
him.
hand, but he can't see him. There is another goblin uninjured to your right.
Right. Is this like a sleeping area? There's bedrolls and stuff in here?
It is, yes.
And these are fire pits, I'm assuming?
They are. Let me just have a quick look at this. You see, there's a cooking pit there in the corner that is just coals, just embers that put out just a tiny bit of light.
Whereabouts is it? Like right there?
Yeah, here, give me a second. Sorry.
I will.
Yeah, it is. It is that one.
Okay.
Sorry. Come on. There you go. It's there, and it looks like it's been hastily put out.
Okay. I am going to use Druidcraft to reignite it. Yeah. So it will come to life and light
yeah.
up like a regular campfire.
Yeah, you instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. Cool. The fire lights again,
Nice.
and let's see how far a campfire casts light. I want to say that it is 2040.
I think it's 2040.
Torch is 2040, a lamp is 1530. Yeah, 2040. Great, that'll work. I'm just gonna stick a dead goblin on it and put
A glow around it.
Yeah, let's give him a 40-foot. Oh wow. Okay. Well, I mean, it certainly wouldn't project that far, but yeah, let's say this whole room is lit well enough for Hummer to see, for Noro to see. Noro, a campfire flare, a cooking fire suddenly flares to light just beyond the goblin that you're holding, and you can see. Lenalia, anything with your bonus action or movement?
I can't move because they'll both get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
But Noro can see enough to hopefully kill these guys, right?
Right.
Right.
Deebs, the wolf pads past you, and no, doesn't. Come on. No. He gets up to there, next to Solmia, and begins growling at the goblin off in the distance. Scribble.
What can I see as far as what's up where Hummer and is?
You've got a shot at the goblin that Hummer is grappling. You can see he's got it by one hand. It's going to be a tough shot because Noro is so large and blocks most of your view. But you can see it well enough to hit it if you try. If you're lucky.
So if I move like here, can I see anything different?
Not really. I mean, it's all uphill.
Okay.
And if you move that far in, I need you to make an athletics check. The penalty of failing that check, it's a relatively low difficulty, but the penalty of failing is la prone. And
We all know how that goes.
it wouldn't be any damage. It would just be,
Embarrassing.
if you fail it by, 5 or less, you don't make any progress climbing. If you fail it by 6 or more, you might slide back down.
Oh, that's actually climbing, not just like an incline.
Yeah, correct. It's very loose footing, so you would have to make an athletics check to climb it. There was a platform there, but it crumbled, and now it's just like loose shale.
You're welcome.
Grip of those bird feet, son.
Bird feet. Parkour them walls, baby.
All right, well, I'll try to move up.
Okay. Go
You said
with the
athletics?
Yeah.
Oh,
Go!
LePron.
this is a shit show going down in this corner right here.
You slide back down to the bottom and land prone. I'd say you spent enough of your movement you wouldn't be able to get up.
You can't get it up.
Do you want to try taking a shot while you're prone, or
No, I'm just gonna lay there in my own, sadness.
wallow in your own failure?
No one saw it.
True. Lunalia, the goblin to your right is going to take a swing at you.
Okay.
Oh no.
That is a natural 4 for a total of 8. He is then going to use his nimble escape to disengage and move away.
I don't get an attack of opportunity.
No.
Okay. Because
he
it's nimble.
disengages.
Yeah. Okay.
Aww. Come back and play.
Noro, you're holding a nearly dead goblin with one hand. Standing with a ledge to your back, you can now see the room. You can move this goblin up to half of your movement distance. into the room, or jump down and take him with you, or whatever you want to do.
Well,
I'd say it'd be with the both of you standing in this narrow entrance. It'd be a little tough for you to draw your weapon, but you could probably get your greatsword out or your axe out, but you wouldn't really be able to wield it one-handed while holding the goblin.
okay.
You could pull a smaller weapon.
Well, what I wanted to do was actually grab him and then throw him into the other one, but the other one moved.
Yeah, but you could
Uh,
step.
So
You're not
Step
talking about this
further
one.
and throw.
Oh, the other one, yeah.
right. Wait, that one's dead, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the one that moved into the darkness.
Yes. So instead, I'm gonna grab him, move to here.
Stop. As soon as you move into the room,
wow.
you see the rest of the room. So let me reveal it so you can decide.
Oh, okay. Thought I hit a booby trap.
Oh,
You
Oh,
see two more goblins on,
Oh my god.
on
Amen.
a 10 feet up on an escarpment with a small, rough-hewn stairway going up to them, and one larger, meaner-looking goblin. He's wearing a chain shirt. He's got a shield that looks like he's just picked up, and he's readying a much nicer, polished scimitar. And you're taking this guy with you. So go ahead and finish your move. I just wanted you to see the rest of the room.
would it be fair that those goblins notice us in there?
Oh yeah. Oh, they're waiting for you.
All right, then in front of them, I am going to take Goblin 10 and just go ahead and drive his head into the wall. And just finish it.
All right.
I can remain raging.
Go ahead and roll an attack. It's I don't. Yeah, you could make enough. You could make another grapple check, or you could. Yeah, just make an athletics check. Remember, it's with advantage because you're raging. It's a strength check, so your athletics checks when you're raging are all at advantage.
nice.
Plus 2 more, so it'd be like 21.
The damage would be +2.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's right.
At that, with his 1 hit point, you smash his skull into the wall. Do you keep him in your hands, or do you just let him drop?
I let him drop, and I don't know if there's any more move that I could have, or I could try to get ready I do have some hand axes.
What's your? Oh, are you talking about just drawing your weapons, or?
Yes, I don't
Yeah,
know.
you can. You don't. It doesn't cost movement to draw a weapon. You can just draw a weapon as a free action.
Okay. What I would like to try is draw a weapon and just kind of like let off might as well let off a roar. To go
Nice.
for intimidation.
Do it. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
All right. Oh, I rolled the wrong button. There's no reason for that. I was lagging.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, we'll see how that plays out when it's their turn. I'm just going to add them to the initiative order here. So we're on Noro's turn with Goblin 10 dead, and we'll sort descending. There we go. All right, Deeps.
All right. I don't give a fuck. Boom!
Charging in.
Do you have enough movement to make it that far?
25.
Was that 25?
Just 25 right there.
Cool.
Diagonally, right? I can go diagonally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly 25, right to that point.
Perfect. Do it.
I did there 17.
17
10
hits.
points of damage.
10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
Yeah,
How,
fuck
yeah,
him
how,
up.
how do you finish this goblin off?
That's just the straight down
Straight down?
on top of his head.
Damn.
As
Close.
the warhammer cracks into the top of his skull, there's a
Yeah!
sickening squelch as he's driven to his knees and then hangs there for a second, the warhammer embedded in his head, and falls off it. And a surprising amount of gore drips off the end of the blunt weapon. Deebs, you now see
Yep.
this next room. I'll just open the whole thing. There's not that much that you wouldn't see. There is a fire pit in the room that sheds some light. However, you don't immediately see Clarg. What you do see is the two goblins in the room, armed and waiting.
Do I have time to yell back to Sumia?
Sure.
We got 2 more!
So I'm guessing by Deep's yelling that the goblins now notice.
Sorry, I accidentally closed the initiative order. I'll put it back up here. You might have to resize it on your screens. Top of combat, Solmia.
Poker, by Deep's yelling that at me, does that mean that those goblins are aware of us now?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, doke.
You expected something else?
No. Yeah, it's crazy ass dwarf. Let's see here.
Get used to it. It's going to be like this for the next, however long we play. Until he dies.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just fuck it, be like homeboy Deebs, and then throw shit. Actually,
As you set foot in the doorway, you see just those two goblins. You could make a perception check to scan the room.
thank you, sir. I shall do that.
You see the bugbear and a wolf hiding behind a couple of large stalagmites off to your right.
So is Clark and the wolf, or is the bugbear and the wolf aware of us?
Oh yes.
Okay. There's supposed to be a black square there.
No, I'm making a mess.
Oh,
There we
okay.
go. Had the wrong thing selected.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna yell. We've already killed a number of your goblins. Lay down your weapons, or you'll die too. At Clark, or sorry, the bugbear.
Go ahead and make a intimidation check. Yeah, I'll just have you do it straight roll.
Yeah, so I already did it.
but I'm going to give these two goblins disadvantage. Eesh. Eesh. Unfortunately, they don't look to be phased by your words
Okay.
as they advance towards you.
Okay. I'm going to. So do they move, or they're just, or they're not going to move until their turn?
Yeah, they're in the initiative order, but they're really low in the initiative order. They got an 8 and a 6.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at what I can do here.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm adding Clarg and his wolf as well.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Ice Knife at Clark.
It'd be nice if the DM stopped closing the initiative screen.
Then, as I'm casting that, I yell like I warned you.
So that's a dirty 20 on Ice Knife, and sorry, who are you aiming at?
Clark.
Oh, at Clark.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So-
I was yelling at Clark to like stop, and then since he didn't do anything, I cast that at him and say I warned you.
Right before you cast it, he shouts a command at the two goblins, and sorry, I'm just looking to see how much of cover he gets here from the. That's partial. Yeah. Yeah, his AC is 16, 18. The ice knife darts into the darkness where he's hiding and shatters, dealing the damage to him. Let's do a. What is your DC 13 on the dex save? It's a natural 5. So he takes the full 8 points of damage.
Nice.
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 How much does the wolf take?
The wolf takes. None.
Just the cold, right?
It's just the cold.
Right.
But the wolf makes his dex save.
Oh, good call. Dark, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, I forgot about it too. I'm going to forget about that.
Yeah. I'll have to make sure I remember that.
The bugbear howls and stands up, and you can see that there's a wound in his chest and ice crawling across his fur. That's your turn, yeah?
Yep.
Hummer. Noro.
Yes.
The goblin on the ledge, the larger one, the larger, better equipped one, takes a step forward, and you can see he pulls something out from behind him, tugging quite heavily on it, and you can see that he drags forward a man who you briefly met, Ulrich.
Oh, Mr. Ulrich.
Damn.
He is armorless, wearing very little, bruised and beaten, covered in blood. But you see his head sort of loll around and look in your direction through swollen, beaten eyes. And the goblin says, "Wait! Wait! You want this one? I want something. It doesn't have to end like this." And he holds his other hand up, motion to halt the two goblins to his left, who are readying short bows.
Yes. We're listening.
And they hold. Lunalia, it's your turn.
I will move up beside Noro. And I will stand fully upright and say to the bigger goblin, we can take care of your bugbear issue if you can call off your goblins. There's no need for anyone else to die.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
How do I roll with advantage?
Shift click.
Yeah, hold shift and then.
Ew.
That's performance.
Oh, good.
No, it's good. Yeah, work those shitty rolls out. Hopefully you get something better.
Persuasion's not going to be much better.
You say that, but it's a little better. He looks at you for a second and then looks back to Noro. And I will get back to you in a minute. The wolf.
The blind wolf in the dark?
Yeah, the wolf is blind.
Wouldn't he be able to like kind of know where we're at though?
I mean, he saw you produce flame, and so he knows where things are.
Right.
He's just not going to be very useful in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be able to hear and smell.
Right.
You know, I'd say he could find his way to you. So that's what he's going to do. He's just going to come over behind Deebs and back him up.
Aw, Wolfie.
And that's his turn. Clark barks a command at his wolf, Ripper. And the wolf charges forward, snarling, and jumps at Solmia, attempting to bite her with a 10. It's a 10 hit. Ooh, 10.
Nope, I'm at a 15.
Lashes out at you, its jaws snapping inches away from your arm. And you manage to step back out of the way. That is his turn. Clark's turn.
So, what? Poker, would Ripper have like different vision than the other wolf?
No, he wouldn't. He's rolling with disadvantage.
Gotcha.
Sorry. There is a fire pit here. You know what? Let me throw a goblin on it, and I gotta come up with some better auras here. This room is lit. There is a fire pit with hot coals that light the room dimly.
Okay, yeah. So Wolfie will be able to help us out then.
Let's do this, and I'm gonna see if I can dim this down a bit. There we go. So that's dim light.
We can't see it.
Not at all.
I just see a goblin
Really?
with an
Well, what
X.
if it's because I've got him X'd out? How about now?
Nope.
Nope.
Anything? Well, son of a bitch. All right, you know what? He's gone. The room is dimly lit.
Okay. Yeah, we got it.
We can use our imagination.
Yeah, it's dimly lit. You know, roughly to the doorway. So Deebs, you would see Solmia silhouetted with a dim glow in the room beyond. And there you go. On Clark's turn, he shouts at the goblins in the room, and then comes up here and takes a swing at you as well. Pushes the wolf violently to the side with one arm while he swings at you with a brutish-looking morning star. And I threw my dice across the room. That's great.
That means it's a
Okay.
1, right?
That's okay, I got more. Ooh. That's a natural 20.
Oh,
Ooh.
dang.
2 dead druids.
Feels bad.
It's so hard
Oh, that's terrible.
to say goodbye.
Oh, I thought you were stopping it so hard.
I thought about it for a second, Lucid, and I was like, yeah, I better continue.
Deeps really doesn't like dwarves or elves.
Surprisingly low rolls. That is a total of 12 points of damage.
Woo!
As
Damn.
the Morning Star crumples Somia's body against the wall. I'm assuming that's more than what you have for hit points.
Yeah, I'm at 10.
So you drop to the ground, prone and lifeless.
Wolfie enrages. Kidding.
Goblin 8. Okay, so we're back to the other room, and I'll play that out a bit further. The leader of the goblins looks back towards Naro, and he says, "You look big enough." What will you do? Is it just the two of you, or are there more?
We have more.
How many?
3.
Go. Bring me back his head. You can have this one. But you leave this place and you leave us alone. Deal?
Deal.
Go. You can see the other two standing next to him are tense. Their bowstrings half drawn. But they're holding their fire. Back to the other room. The other two... Goblin 13 moves up behind Clark and Ripper. But the big bugbear and the wolf block most of the doorway. Losing track of me goblins here. That one's dead. Let's get rid of him. Scribble.
So, like, how big is a cave? Like, have I been able to hear Deeb screaming?
Over the sound of the water, from this distance, no. And that's also why Clark and the others couldn't hear the sounds of combat at a distance.
Okay, so did I hear anything, like, of what's going on with Noro and them up there?
Yes. Yeah, you hear them more clearly, and you can hear that they are parlaying with someone. They've stopped fighting, and they're talking to someone.
Okay, so I want to move back to the other group. Do I have, like, what do I have to do to stand up?
Yeah, you'd use half your movement to stand up, and that would leave you with the other half of your movement to move.
All right, so I'll move towards them.
You can then, if you're not going to do anything with your action, move another 30 feet.
Oh, okay. And I can go diagonal?
Yeah.
That's not the right thing.
Here, I'll make that go away. There you go. That was great. Yeah, and if you right click as you're doing that, sorry, if you click and drag to move, if you right click along the way, it sets waypoints, and then you just let go of both buttons, and your token moves.
Fuck it. Can I just move to here then? Because that was 25 and then 5.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would still have a bonus action if you had anything you could do with a bonus action. But if you don't, then it is back to Noro.
Nope,
What
I'm
are
done.
y'all gonna do?
I'm gonna take his deal, tell him we'll be back, and I help Lunalia, I guess, up.
Yeah, she's sort of slumped against the wall beside you.
And I tell her, you need to stop bleeding. So
We're
just
very
hang
weak on
tight.
that, son.
So we are coming up on 10 p.m. Pacific. Do you guys want to go further? Is everybody okay to do another half hour or so? Or
Yeah, we have to finish this.
We should
Yeah.
finish the combat.
Yeah,
It's gonna be too hard to remember where we are, and just let's do it.
okay,
yeah, we'll push.
everybody, anyone against?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Okay, rock and roll. So Noro and Lunalia would. I mean, you can either move independently, or Noro, you can just say, "I'll hold my movement," and the two of you move together.
Can I shove her down where we came from and just kind of leave her there?
Probably kill her.
I wasn't sure if that would do damage or not.
You'll be safe down there. Push.
Just asking for a friend. Alright.
If she fell, if you pushed her down there, like she could climb down.
Just kidding. No,
Yeah.
what I'll do is I'll stay in front of her
Okay.
as I assist her.
So go ahead and if you want, go ahead and move your full movement, and if you like, further than that as well. Keeping in mind you are no longer raging. Did you guys not see the goblin light up the room then, in right next to Linalia?
No.
Okay. Well, that's strange. It's not strange. Never mind, because I have their auras set.
There you go.
Ah!
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I have their auras set hidden. I should make up some campfire tokens.
Am I moving with Nora? I'll move on his turn. Or when I go.
I might. Just
I can
pay
still
for
walk, I'm just bad.
I might just pay for a subscription so we can do dynamic lighting, but I'd like to see it in action before I shell out for it. Because if it's garbage, it's not really worth it. So Nora, go ahead and you can move your full movement. You can actually move twice your movement if you want to use your action for that as well. Just keeping in mind you don't know what's ahead.
Right, so I'll step there and see what.
As you look around the corner, you can see the
Oh,
other goblin.
fuck!
Just the one.
Alright. Is there a way I can communicate with it?
Oh, right,
Uh,
because you're bros with that other one now.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can talk to it. They speak common.
Alright, well, as I come around the corner and we see each other, basically, I kind of put my hands up like, hey, we're here. I guess I never asked what the bigger goblin's name was. But I explained to him that we're
Weeze
here
told
to
us.
help. That's right. Weeze told us that Yemek needed help with Clark. We're here to help, and I have like my hands up.
He
Right
looks
here.
at you warily and lowers his sword, and steps aside.
Nice.
Yes, but now I'm blind.
Light a torch, goblin bro.
Now
That's
that I
true.
know-
Yeah, you did just step into the darkness.
Yeah, but I'll be
Cast
right
magic
behind you.
Missile.
To the darkness.
I do.
That is that goblin's turn. He slowly moves past you.
Right, and I do have a torch, so I used my torch to create some light for myself. Thank you. And oh gosh.
Is that, what is that, 20/40 for a torch?
So that's 20 feet. You said I could do double my move?
It would have been an action to light the torch.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You still have some movement left over, though, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can go up to there.
Nice. Alrighty.
Hey, you skipped
Uh,
me.
Did I?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. All right.
There you go.
So, Psalm's down.
Soul crumples. Yep.
I am going to. Can I move? Kind of step in front of him.
Yeah.
Hold my shield up, and reach back and cure light wounds on him.
Nice job, Deebs.
Damn.
Can I do that?
This fucking guy.
8 points,
resume.
my brother.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
And I'm assuming that's the end.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna cover him best I can.
Is that was that an action or a bonus action? Cure wounds.
The only bonus action I can do is Shield of Faith.
Oh yeah. Sorry, it's cure wounds is an action. It's healing touch. That's bonus, right? All right, Deep's tanking. The goblin in the back throws his sword to the ground and picks up a short bow and fires a shot at you. Yeah, no, natural 2.
Ah!
It doesn't even come close to you. In fact, it very nearly hits Clark in the shoulder. Solmia, you are prone, but you are alive.
Okay. So then, I'm gonna. I sent you a. It's fine. I'll stand
sorry,
up.
Sorry, I didn't see it. Oh. Oh. Give me a sec. Let me try something.
Famous last words.
Did you see that? And did you get an audible that you got a message?
I got it was a chirp, and then yeah, it says test.
Can you, if any of you want to whisper me, can you do me a favor and do it in Roll20 because I'm kind of staring at that and.
Oh, gotcha.
Discord. I don't get any audibles for Discord either. Yeah, you just do
I'll make it the best.
just do a /W and then I think it's GM and then text.
Did you get that, Poker?
Thanks, Scribble. Yeah, I got a lot of things.
Okay. I'll make sure to do that next time.
I got a dick from Scribble.
Of course you did. That's awesome.
Dude, learn to draw balls better. So because Deebs is basically covering you, when you stand up, you can immediately step back out of the way without invoking an attack of opportunity.
But can I stand up and can I cast something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm just saying if you also want to take a step back to get out of melee range, you can move through each other's spaces, but you can't stand up and remain in the same space. So you could you could stand up and roll out of the way and stand up behind him and then cast over his shoulder.
You can also cast while prone.
Yeah, you could.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay. So I'm going to say, what am I gonna say? Yeah, I'm gonna say you had your chance, and then I'm going to cast Thunderwave,
Oh,
which
poor
is
Deebs.
and if well, but it's coming from me, right?
Yeah, you could.
So
You could
I actually
cast,
should be on top of Deep still.
Yeah, you could cast that and then get up and
Yeah.
take a step back.
So then
Sure.
I'm gonna cast Thunderwave. And that's in a 15-foot cube going in front of me, and it also pushes. Actually, let me just link this spell.
Your bumper's going swimming.
Yeah, like the spell, I'm going to see if I've. How do I not have it? Ah, dang it. Let me see if I've got a thing for Thunderwave.
So it pushes them too.
Wow, the spell template kit that I've got does not have a Thunderwave. Sorry,
That's
you said
surprising.
it's a 15-foot cube, right?
Yep.
Yeah, here I can just do a. Oh, let's do a.
Each creature in a 15-foot cube, so it's basically all of them.
Like that, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
And they're pushed 10 feet away after the whole damage stuff.
Con saving throw. 2d8 thunder damage is pushed 10 feet away. Half as much damage isn't pushed. Got it. So it would be 5 damage or 11 damage. We'll start with Clark. Natural 20. We got a 14 for Ripper. We have a 13 for Goblin 13. They all make the save.
Damn.
So all 3 of them take. Yeah, but that's still 15 points of damage total across all 3 of them. They all hold their ground, and as this massive shockwave spreads out and just about deafens you guys in the cave, all 3 of them are. You can see it flattens their fur and blows the wolf's ears back. They all bear down and manage to hold through it, but they all seem ruffled. The goblin in the back looks badly hurt from it. Leans against the wall heavily. The wolf looks like it got hit pretty hard. Clark's looking hurt, but he's still standing. And then, Solm, are you going to stay prone there, or are you going to back up?
No, I'll go ahead and back up.
Okay.
But then I'd like to RP that like my eyes like glowed like purpley when I
Cool.
cast that.
I'm going to go get my dice that I threw across the room. I'll be right back. I'm back. We're going to skip their initiatives and Lunaya,
Yes.
are you moving to catch up with Noro, or
Yes.
just moving with him?
I will move to catch up with Noro.
Okay. Are you doing anything else, or can I keep moving?
You can keep moving.
All right. The wolf.
Actually, I will use my action to also move.
Okay. So you're going to move ahead of him?
Yep.
Deebs, are you trying to block that doorway entirely, or
No,
if the
I was just trying to protect Psalm. I'm not like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the wolf comes up beside you and tries to push past you to attack,
Yeah, that's
you'd,
fine.
So on your left, the wolf suddenly pushes up and shoves you a bit to your right and attacks Ripper. Unfortunately, that does. Oh wait, advantage pack tactics. You're his pack now. That hits.
Fuck yeah.
These guys do a sick amount of damage when they bite. 8 points of damage.
Fuck him up, Wolfie.
He grabs Ripper by the throat, even though this other wolf is larger than him. He darts in next to Deebs, shoves him out of the way, grabs this wolf by the throat, and just shakes violently and tears his throat out.
Hell yeah.
Ripper falls to the ground dead.
Oh,
Ripper.
Amazing.
Baller.
And that is his turn, and he just, blood dripping from his chin, he just snarls at Clark. It's Ripper's turn. Rip. That's Clark's turn. Yeah, you know what? He's gonna. Deeps, he takes a swing at you with his mace. That is that's 16 to hit. That's not going to hit.
Ah!
It clangs loudly off your shield, and the big bugbear hits hard enough that it almost drives you back a bit. So you see his feet slide a little bit on the pebbled floor.
Nice.
And as the mace connects with the shield, Clark looks at you, and there's just a hint of fear in his eyes. He says, "Did he send you? What does he want?" Other goblins? Nope. Goblin 13. I am going to delete the wolf, just because it's getting cluttered here. The goblin charges in and takes a swing at Deebs. It's 15 to hit. That's not going to hit. And then he's going to disengage. And
Deeps can swing, right?
no, he's disengage, which
Oh.
It's something that rogues get as well. It allows you to break melee combat without invoking opportunity attack.
What a bitch.
Come back here, you coward!
Get him, Deebs. Scribble. At this
Where do I
point,
have to move to where I would be able to cast and hit Clark?
There.
just behind Psalm.
There.
Or you could even stand on top of that goblin, couldn't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll just get rid of him.
And that won't be shooting through Deebs and hitting him?
He's short.
He might get a I mean, this guy is like 7 feet tall and Deebs is 4 foot, whatever.
Oh, okay.
So
I wasn't sure how the stairs worked.
yeah, you could. Well, that puts him even higher than Deebs, right? You could shoot him in the face.
Fuck him up, Scrubs.
I'll cast Chaos Bolt.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh,
I love that spell.
can you link the description as well? Cool. Warbling mass of chaotic energy. That's cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, the bolt goes wide and just singes Clark's shoulder as it warbles past him, explodes against the ceiling behind him.
I'm done.
Okay. Noro.
All right, I catch up.
I would say if you intend to run past, she would shout to you on your way by, hand me that torch. Because he should still be able to see when he gets to that room, yeah?
Oh yeah.
I just don't want his hands to be encumbered.
So I can do 2 moves because I did 30 feet already.
But you can, you just wouldn't have an action left.
Yeah, I'd say you could move another 30 feet. There's just enough room for you to squeeze past her there. If she presses up against the wall, you could hand her the torch. It'd be a fumble, but
Or just drop it, it doesn't matter.
yeah. But you could keep running. Sure.
All right, and then that puts me. Right there. And I'm panting. I made it.
Can you move that light source onto me?
Oh yeah, sorry.
I got you.
Awesome.
And it's actually it's 40 feet, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's bright in this, and then dim beyond that. Yeah.
so it's you light the entire area around you. It's almost not worth showing at that that size, but sure. Basically, this entire area plus the room beyond is lit. So I am just gonna knock this back to 20 feet, just so it's not super annoying. Linelia, you do notice behind you that goblin that you both passed, that let you pass with no issue, is following you and watching. In fact, he double moves and nearly catches up with you. He seems to have put his weapon away, and he's just following along behind you guys. Deebs.
It's time to end this. So I move in, and I'm gonna swing with my warhammer right at his balls.
Yeah, they'd be about head height.
16 just barely hits.
9 points.
As you as you connect, you don't think you hit dead on, but you might have grazed him.
It's almost worse.
You catch him up. You catch him on the inside of the leg, and it staggers him for a second. It's 9 points? He looks hurt. He collapses against the wall and slides down a bit, and then uses his Morning Star to push back up off the wall and get to his feet.
Ah!
Are you going to move further into the room, or is that it?
Yeah, I'll move to there.
Okay. The 2 goblins in the room, this one takes another shot at, actually, you know what? It's going to run up and attack you. Natural 3.
Rip.
I mean, it's probably a good thing I'm rolling a lot of bad rolls because you guys are pretty squishy. Solmia, it's your turn. Clark had just asked you if he sent you and why.
I'm gonna say no. She sent me. And then I'm gonna say this is your last chance. Lay down your weapons, otherwise your life ends now.
Make an intimidation check with advantage. Because Deebs.
And I'd say my eyes are like have that glowy purple going on.
Ooh.
He takes his Morning Star and puts it against Deeb's shield, and just to sort of hold him at bay, and holds the big club with both hands, just kind of trying to keep Deebs at bay. And just that you can see his posture changes a little bit. He's no longer swinging. He looks at you and says, "Who's she?"
You might know her as Lolth, Queen of the Spider Queen.
By the look in his eyes, it's clear he doesn't. I don't know her. Is she with the Black Spider? He paid us to do all this. Lunalia, it's probably been long enough. You can move, but Solom, keep talking if you want.
Sorry, I'm just thinking here, because like typically like bugbears would definitely know who that person is, but we can just.
He's an idiot, and he rolled really poorly.
Oh, gotcha. Sucky. So I'll just say at this point I cast produce flame, and I say I'm done negotiating.
Are you throwing it at him, or are you just
Well,
holding
no,
it?
I'm saying that and then holding it, and I'm
Okay.
like waiting for his response.
Yeah, hang on, do I have... Nope, I don't. Okay. The wolf backs up, pushing past Scribble, and just growls. Tense, ready to jump, but is holding for now. On Clark's turn. Get a little Deebs in there. Clark just looks at you and then looks back at Deebs, who he's trying to hold back with his large weapon. I don't answer to him. I don't answer to you, whoever she is. And he takes a step forward and swings at you. Deebs, do you get an attack of opportunity at him if you'd like it?
Oh, hell yeah. Oh.
Oh. Son of a gun.
Solmia, you'll be happy to know that I rolled a natural 2 to hit you. Yeah.
Damn.
He does a lot of damage when he hits. That the damage that he did to you, the 12 points of damage that he did to you, was a very, very low roll.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, that's his turn. The Goblin 8, Goblin 13. He's going to rush forward and take a whack at Deebs.
Haha.
It's 15. Nope.
Not today!
And he's going to just move around behind you.
Oh, shit.
Scribble. What up?
I'm gonna move back a little bit and cast Ray of Frost.
Yeah.
You know that when you do that,
Oh, wait,
it gets
what?
an attack of opportunity at you, right?
No, wait. Why is that?
Because you
you're
moved
moving
out of his.
comp. Yeah.
Even after he had just attacked and missed?
He's using his reaction to hit you.
Okay, no, I didn't know that. Well,
So you can
I
cast
just
it-
cast it?
You can cast it in melee range at a disadvantage.
Okay, well, I missed
You
anyway.
you
so-
already rolled an 8, so yeah. It zings harmlessly past him, coating his arm on one side with a rime of frost, but it doesn't seem to do any damage. Noro.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh boy. It's whacking time.
Here we go.
Take my
Yeah, every opportunity.
of course my hand axe that I have equipped. And I'm gonna attack. Are you serious?
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
I rolled a 1.
Wow.
I rolled a 1.
And he hits home.
Anything else? Are you moving? Are you raging? Did missing make you angry?
Yes. I forgot I'd go second round. I'm gonna rage.
I mean, you don't get another attack.
Right.
Not until you hit, 5th level? But you could use your bonus action to rage, so it's ready next turn. The goblin behind y'all moves up around to observe. And again, Lenali, he moves in dangerously close to you, but he seems to not have his weapon drawn. He seems to be making a point of being peaceful.
Interesting.
When she moved up, she would have made a point to say to the goblin, "Tell your friends."
Tell his friends what?
Tell your friends to stand down.
Oh, I didn't hear the rest of you. He just kind of looks at you and shouts something. All right. Well, we'll see if that had any effect. Deebs.
Goblin below me.
Sorry. Did I miss you?
Yeah, you skip me again.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me put you back. There you
Okay. So yeah, the goblin below me,
go. Mm-hmm.
he's getting the hammer. Ah,
Or not.
You swing wide in your excitement, and he manages to dodge out of the way. Anything else? Move,
no,
bonus
that's it.
action? Okay. Bat Goblin takes a swing at you. You know, if I had $1 for every natural 2 I rolled tonight, that's a natural 2.
Nice.
He is going to... you know what? He's going to disengage. Oh, they are small. And he dives to the hole. And disappears out of sight.
Down the shithole.
Down the poop chute. Somia.
Alright, I'm gonna cast Shillelagh and take a swing at Clark.
Nice damage. But does it hit?
It unfortunately does not hit.
Damn.
Just barely misses. He manages to step to the side heavily and bring up his Morning Star just in time to bat your staff out of the way. But that does last for a minute, so keep that in mind.
What should Nene do?
Which brings up an interesting question. If a Kenku hears somebody say something, but they hear it wrong, do they get to say it wrong?
I'd say so.
I think so.
Does Scribble get to say Shenane now?
Sure.
Probably not, since I said it.
Lunalia, it's your turn.
She is going to shout at the bugbear. The goblins working for you have turned against you. They're under the command of their leader now. You're running out of options. I
And-
suggest you stand down.
Is that it? Any actions or anything?
Nope, that's it.
Make an intimidation check with advantage. The wolf's turn. He moves back around here. And begins menacingly pacing towards the goblin, but he doesn't seem to attack him yet. It's 15 on intimidation.
Yep.
Clark, looking increasingly worried, looks at the goblin behind him, who is still engaged with deeds. Looks back at you. I don't answer to anyone. I don't answer to you. They'll all pay for this. And he takes another swing at, let's see, Noro. God dang it. That's a natural 6 for a total of 10.
Yay.
Yeah. My dice. Maybe I should start using the roller. Oh. The Deebs. The goblin behind you turns around and jams his sword into the back of the bugbear's leg.
Nice.
Nice.
The big bugbear drops to one knee and leans heavily on his weapon as he yelps. The goblin then disengages and down the poop chute. He's not sticking around to get smashed. Scribble. The bugbear is still alive, just barely, and on one knee in front of you.
Pack him with your beak.
Jeez, how many spell slots do you have?
Those
That's
are cantrips.
The cantrip.
I keep
It's-
forgetting it's cantrip.
wow,
It
that's
is-
amazing.
It's a ranged attack, so it's disadvantage, unfortunately.
Son of a bitch.
I'm over here with my 2 spell slots, like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you can spam cantrips. Nat 20 and a 22.
All right, so the 22 stands. It hits, and the 6 cold damage is enough to. How do you want to do this?
Just right through his chest,
Right through his chest.
because we need his head.
Oh, that's true. Good point. The ray hits him almost at point blank range, and you're all splashed with shards of ice. That as it hits you, it just shatters into bits and does no damage. The ice spreads over Clark's chest, and you hear a sickening crack as his rib cage shatters internally, and he just falls forward, lifeless, halfway down these steps.
GG Scribbles.
Nice.
Friggin' lucid kill stealer.
Almost makes up for Wheeze.
Right.
Noro, you're up next. There are no viable targets other than turn around and see a goblin behind you. He has now drawn his weapon, and he's backed up against this large pool. The wolf holding him there.
Wolfie.
Alright, seeing that the wolf has him held there, I'm just gonna
It's the one that you passed in the corridor. He followed you to see what was happening.
Oh, I see, okay. Well, then he's gonna witness me cut Clark's head off.
Witness me!
As promised, we can take it to Yemek.
All right. You get out your axe and get to work. Does anybody else want to do anything in combat, or are we going back to Yemek to parley?
What's the wolf doing?
Lunelli is gonna slump down to the ground beside the wolf and just put her hand on his flank and say it's over. He's not worth it.
That's a 10-minute spell, is it not?
Yes.
And it's not concentration.
Nope.
I don't think it's been 10 minutes.
Nope.
I mean, we're 10 combat rounds in. This was certainly supposed to be more of a, sneak and take out a room of guys and sneak and take out another room of guys. And it kind of devolved into a big combat. So, yeah, your Speak with Animals is still active. So you say that to him in Wolfish?
In Wolfish.
In Wolfish. He snarls and turns at you. Turns at the goblin and just leans forward quickly and snaps at him. Teeth clack together, and he just turns and leaves.
Such a
Wolfie, I love you. Aww.
The goblin looks at you with fear in its eyes, and you can hear its sword clattering against the stones behind it. It's shaking. Thank you. Thank you. And he turns and runs back towards the rest of the goblins. Tell them what happened. And so, before you head back, is there anything else you guys want to do while still in initiative order? Is there any healing? Anything else you'd like to do?
I can't. I mean, if I can help Lunal, yeah, but I have no spell slots left for cure light wounds or anything.
Then you can't.
I would like to look for loot.
Yeah, you would.
I'll look at Deebs and tell him I owe you one.
Happy to assist.
Give me just a second to scribble. I'm just getting the loot out for you. In this room, you see arrayed around piles of sacks and crates. They're marked with the symbol of a trading firm. and you estimate it'll take you a couple minutes to look through them all. There's quite a bit of provisions and supplies in here, as well as possibly a few other spoils. Do you want to take the time to search?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and make a investigation check. It takes you some time. Are the rest of you okay to wait for Scribbles as he goes around the room looking through things, lifting tops off crates and digging around in barrels? Or it looks like it might take him up to 10 minutes to do this.
I would say that I would go with Noro to take the head back.
Yes.
I'm not
All right.
too worried about Scribble getting into trouble here. Everything is dead, so.
Keep in mind, by your count, if the goblins that fled this room went back there, there would be up to 5 goblins in that, plus Yimik.
Mhm.
If you don't trust them.
I'm gonna watch Scribbles in awe after seeing him pierce Clark's chest.
Scribble, you take your time, and time is taken, and you end up finding a chest it was once quite fine, made of well-worked wood with brass hinges, but it's seen better days. It's unlocked, and within it, you find the following. 600 copper pieces, 110 silver pieces, 2 small potion vials that have a thickly red liquid in them. You can just write those down as potions of healing. And a small statuette of a frog made of jade, or at least it appears to be made out of jade. It has tiny golden orbs for eyes. And it's small enough to fit in a pocket or a pouch.
How big is 600 copper and 110 silver?
It's funny you ask. I looked this up and jotted it down. Give me just a second, and find it on my pages here. This is why DMs give out bags of holding after a while, because encumbrance ends up being a pain in the ass that nobody wants to deal with. 50 copper pieces, 50 copper, silver, or gold pieces a pound. 50 of any coin weigh a pound. So 600 would weigh, what is that?
30,
12 pounds?
300, 700.
So 710 divided by 50. So you're talking 14.2 pounds worth of coinage. It's a fair amount. Big sack.
I'm
And
gonna take the frog statue, and
Okay.
then show everyone the bag of copper and coins,
Are you?
and then also the healing potions, because it sounds like someone may need it. Do I know what's a healing potion?
Yeah, you're streetwise enough to probably identify a healing potion on site. I mean, it always could be something else, but they're likely healing potions.
So that would be something Lunalia would like to have. How do potions work? I don't know that.
You take it and it instantly heals. I think a standard healing potion is what 2d4 plus 2.
I think so.
Well, let's find out.
Or is it 1d? No, it's got to be 2d4.
Yeah, it's they go 2d4, 4d4, 8d4. I think potion of healing, magical items, 2d4 plus 2 for a common healing potion. You can drink them yourself as a bonus action, is how we play it, and you can administer them to a incapacitated ally as an action. They do not work on the dead.
If
Okay,
you are
so-
handing one over, I would love to take it.
Yeah, that's what I was like giving you one.
Are you palming the statuette, or are
I'm just putting it straight in my pouch.
you, like, in a way that you're hoping nobody sees, or?
No, I'm just gonna go ahead and just put it in my pouch.
Okay, so you're openly got it. You're openly taking it. Anybody who's
Yes.
observing, watching Scribble would see him put it away.
He got the kill. Is what Solmia was thinking.
I really thought about making it a holy symbol of Deep's god, so that there'd be a problem, but nah.
I'm gonna say, Scribble, what do you got there?
And I'm gonna hold out the big bag of copper and silver.
Scribble! I saw it.
So then I'm gonna mimic the Yimik and say we must bring the head.
Lunelkia will say, yes, we need to get that man.
Yeah, when Scribble says that, he says it in a way that's very echoey and distant, like he heard it while he was, at the bottom of a tunnel nearby.
How do you roll health potions on D&D Beyond?
Sorry, who's getting them? Because I'm going to play with adding them to your character sheets. Lunalia's got one, and somebody else taking the other one, or is Scribble just hanging on to it?
I think
I was just putting it out with the coins.
Salmia needs one probably.
No, I'm at like
Can I put you at max?
not
Close
max,
to.
but close to. So I think you should have it, Deebs.
So, I mean, you can just hang on to it if you want. It's think of it as an extra heal. You can
Okay.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
use it on yourself. You can run up to you could have given it to Solmia when she was down, right? You could have just poured it into her mouth and then stood up.
Okay.
So Deebs, what I'm doing, just so you all know, is I'm going into your character sheets, Lenalia and Deebs. I'm going into equipment, and then I click manage equipment, add items, and then I just search for healing, potion of healing. I click the add button, and now it's inventory. I'm not certain if you have to refresh the page to see it.
I do not see it, so I will refresh.
Now, once you see it, you should be able to, in the text there, you can click on the.
Ah, nice. Okay.
That's
like
awesome.
I just did for Deebs there, and
Oops.
it'll roll it, and then you click remove to remove it from your inventory. Yeah, so now you can click the 2d4 plus 2 directly in the description in Roll20, or you can go back and click the B next to it in D&D Beyond. Yeah,
Nice.
so you heal yourself for 8. I'm pretty sure you have to then go back to your hit points and actually
And manually, yes.
manually heal yourself. Yeah, you just type in a number and click heal.
Yep.
And there you go.
Yeah, she's going to start heading back to where the big goblin and the human were.
So should we stop here before we do the RP? Over
Yeah, we
there?
can totally
Yes.
stop. Yeah, we can stop here and pick it up next week. Are you guys okay with it?
Yeah.
Yep. So much fun.
Man, that was 6 hours.
Holy shit!
Hell
what a
yeah.
blast.
Welcome to most sessions.
I mean,
Yeah, when it was creeping up on time, I'm like, gosh, so fast.